Yo, what's up? Good morning, bro. How are you doing today? I feel like you're always first, always showing up at the right time. Let's go, let's go. I swapped over back to the alt yesterday night, so now I have to train this guy. Well, I don't really gotta train him, but like right now, I think the problem that I have is I don't really want to train my alt. I'd rather train my main, but I don't have the gear to really do it. What's up? What's up? How we doing? How we doing? So it's just, I don't really like how there's like a two main meta going on at the late game. I think that they should fix that. The only reason why I'm doing it is because I lose out if I don't do it. Like I'm gonna abuse the mechanic if it's inside the game and it's like not like you know, against the TOS or anything like that. But yesterday night I was able to solo Lotus on this character and then I could also solo Davian on this guy too, but the amount of work that it takes to solo Damien is just too much. So I just got my friend to go on his bishop, and then he just support mules for me. But yeah, I think that they should change the way that the like item transfer works rather than like having a 10-day lock. I think they should just have it so that if you're inside like a raffle, then you can't transfer equipments for that period. I don't know if that's the right solution, but I think that it would be a lot better than what we have right now, where you can't even like transfer items whenever you want. It'd be nice, right? If like let's say I can transfer like items between each character, so I can like grind them like for my legions or whatever. But I can't really do that right now, and they're like basically just stuck if I transfer it like even once. I think that it'd be nice to be able to just transfer whenever you want, but then to prevent people from abusing like boss mules, they should just make it that if you are inside like a weekly raffle for a boss, then you can't transfer any of your equipment. I think that might be a better solution. But I wouldn't be surprised if this the two main meta gets changed, like the way that the item transfer works or whatever. Also, what the heck was that patch like 2 days ago, right, guys? We had a patch 2 days ago, and it was crazy because I was like, oh, we're gonna get something, and then it fucking goes by, and then they had no patch notes, and then I was like, what? Yo, what's up, King? How we doing today, bro? Dude, like that like threw me off so much. It was like I was like, oh, they're just sometimes they delay the patch notes, right? By like, 30 minutes or something. I was like, we're gonna get it in like 30 minutes. And 30 minutes goes by and then we get nothing. And then like a few hours goes by and we get nothing. I was like, oh, I guess we just aren't getting any patch notes. That's great, bro. That's great. I just had some breakfast, worked out in the morning, and now we're just gonna do some streaming. Good. Yeah, that threw me off. I was like, they teased the fucking fusion and reactor thing like, the week before with their tweet, right? So I thought we were gonna maybe get it this week, but they definitely didn't do that. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess we were just gonna get a patch with nothing. But the thing is, there was some changes to the patch. I'm pretty sure that I think that one thing they fixed was if you like let's say you forget to receive your gift, I think they made it so that you can receive the gift and still challenge the next day. I think they fixed that thing. So it's like a very small bug fix that they fixed for that. And then also I think the character creation got changed a bit. I don't see why they wouldn't release like a small patch note for that. It's doesn't really make sense. At least just like give us an idea of what got changed. But this week I thought we were potentially gonna get something, right? I thought it was gonna be the fusion and fission system this week, but there's no patch today. Which if they were to do a patch, it would most likely be on the reset day. At least if it was any sort of content patch, you know what I mean? Like if it was a content patch, then they would have done it like today for sure, because then it would make sense because it aligns with uh the weekly boss reset. Why do you farm with pickpocket, not blood money? It's because pickpocket it spreads more. The way blood money works, it targets the highest HP one, and then pickpocket it spreads more, so it's better for farming. But the thing is, you should only like. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, but like I think that it's better if you do more damage to use pickpocket because it spreads more. And I can't one shot on this character, but on my main I can one shot. And being able to one shot, it makes the grinding just like more chill. But Shadow has insane farming. Like the thing is like later on when the maps get like better with Arcane River and all that stuff, like Shadowers, they can train inside of really big maps because of how their kit worked, and it'll be like very lazy. Like you see how like right now I don't even have to touch the top platform. That's because like I'm pretty funded. But like imagine if this map was bigger. In Fit Job, you get like an additional summon, which makes the farming even better, and you can full clear and make like you get really good rates. I think Shadow right now has like really good farming though. Like not every single class in this game has good farming, but Shadow has pretty good farming. Right up here it's my summon. So my summon on the top right, and then with the pickpocket makes the money come out, and then the gold explosion is able to kill the stuff on top. And you can only really do that is because you can if you're funded, you're funded, then yeah. That's interesting. In Stratton, we consider Shadow pretty bad with Frenzy Spawn. Yeah, it's different because in Reboot, I would consider like, Shadower to be at least like pretty good at farming. Um, but when you have like less tools available, like being able to have two summons is really good in Fit Job, and they don't really they're definitely not good with the higher spawn rate. Do you spawn attack and Mesa explosion each one? Yeah, I like basically I like spam like my main mobbing skill, and then I explode right after. That way it's just it just full clears. But you can only really do this if you are funded. You're 3.6k down, Shadow, trying to figure out what's up here next. Give me your IGN, I can help you out. The thing is, in sixth job, every single class has good farming. Like, I think it's harder to find a class with bad farming than All right, so my man's out. I mean, I'm only really just grinding on this guy to make money. Like the money is like not even super crazy, but it's we're still getting enhanced rates right now, so I'm pretty happy about that. Let's see, Luxray. All right, I'm looking up your name right now. The website is like pretty slow sometimes. Yo, what's up? You actually set that alarm? Dude, you're crazy. You can always just watch the VOD. Oh. All right, let's take a look at my man's right here. You say you're 3.6k stat and you're trying to figure out what to do next. Bruh, still can't open your eyes. Man, you should just go back to sleep. Um, okay. The first thing I want to talk about is the attack speed +1. I'm pretty sure on Shadower it's not good because you cap out the attack speed. You want to 100% make sure. I mean, like the thing is, I tested it, and I looked it up too, and this thing is probably not good. So just keep that in mind. I mean, you can double check or triple check just to make sure because this is a good line to have, but I'm pretty sure on Shadow you don't need it. And then we'll look at your gear right now. You have 56 ID and we have 3.6k luck. Let's take a look at your equipment. Okay, this is probably fine for now. Um, and we'll look at the rest of your gear though. Okay. Um, so right now, like what are you trying to like do in the game? Are you having like trouble farming? Are you like trying to do more bosses? Like I kind of need to get an idea because depending on what you want to do in the game, it'll allow me to kind of get an idea of where to go with your equipment and all that. Because right now, you're using all Unchained gear, right? And Unchained is really only good for the early game, so you can farm in. So one of the things I would suggest you do is to maybe look to switch to Von Leon. Um, it is going to cost a little bit of money, but I mean your gear isn't really progressed to the point where it's like too crazy. So you can definitely swap off uh the Unchained. Okay. Oh, so you're capped at bossing right now. Okay. So the thing that would get you more immediate damage is for you to get your emblem. Right now you don't have, any IED at all. So this is a pretty big problem. You want to at least get to around 80, 85 IED. And the easiest source of IED is going to be through the emblem. So I think that, if you're deciding to spend money on anything right now, the emblem is probably the one that will give you the most damage. Yeah. So that is for sure like your biggest damage gain. And the other stuff that you can consider buying as well is getting like some rings, like getting the Ifia ring, is not the worst idea just to get it to something like this, 6% luck. It's not like the worst idea to do as well. But some things that you can fix that are relatively easy is some of your B pots, they don't really do anything. You can re-roll them with occult cubes, just get it to like 2% luck or get 10 attack. Shadowers, they really like having some flat attack on their B pot, like this. This is perfect. Like 10 attack gives you a lot of damage. It's just like small little adjustments like this. It will give you a little bit more damage, but your biggest gain is for sure getting the emblem, so you can get some IED. But the other thing I would consider is after you get your emblem, get it to unique or something like that. Then think about maybe switching off the Unchained and think about if you want to like go CRA or Von Leon. I think that, if you're not willing to spend that much money, the Von Leon is probably better because, to get your CRAs to a point where, they're really good, it's going to cost you so much money. And if you go Von Leon, right, you can still work on, some of the other Von Leon sets. You don't have to do the hat or the overall as much. You would just do like the glove more, the cape and the shoes. Especially the glove is really good because you get like crit damage on it and it'll give you like a lot of damage. But right now, I think like for you, it's just trying to figure out what set you want to go and then getting the emblem. And then once get the emblem to a good spot, um, and you get your Von Leon. Once you get all that, get it all to epic, you want to start pushing everything up to unique at that point. And then, maybe you can start fixing some of your secondary, your emblem, and maybe your weapon pot. But just get that first and then come back and I can help you out some more. All right. Go to the next man. Tainted milk. Yeah, yeah. I'll help everyone out in order, but I'm gonna help out, everyone slowly at once. But let's take a look what we got right here. So we got 3.7k in 70 IED. IED is in a decent spot. Um, let's take a look at the pots on this. Oh, okay. First thing we gotta change is we gotta change this pot. This pot isn't that good. But I'll tell you what to do after I look at the rest of it. Okay, this pot is fine. You can keep that for now. Okay, this pot is also fine. Okay, so the first thing I would do is for sure I would re-roll this. The B pot on this is not good. Get 9% magic attack. And then the potential on this, try to get like one line magic attack and one line IED. You know, eventually you do want to push this one up to legendary. It would be pretty good for you, I think, if you push this to legendary. And it's also the cheapest one to do out of the weapon and the secondary. Your secondary is actually pretty good, so you don't have to change this too much. But you know, getting legendary on this is probably something that you would want to do, especially because you don't even have a good line on it right now, so it's pretty worthless. But for the B pot for this, for sure, get it to 9%. The weapon you can maybe look to push it further, but it also depends on if you're trying to, uh, you know, to switch over to CRA because you're just gonna switch over to CRA, then don't even work on this anymore. You know, you would just get rid of the hat, the top, bottom, and then um, replace the weapon. Honestly, if you decide to even go like a clean Fafnir and don't even work on it, it's probably better than what you have going on right now because you get an additional 30 boss on the weapon and also the set bonus. So you get 60 boss total and you get some IED as well. So, going the CRA set from where you're at is not the worst idea. Just know that it costs a lot of money to enhance it. But there are a lot of stuff you have to improve on first before, it becomes a problem where you have to enhance it to get more damage. For the rest of your gear, you probably want to get this to epic. Let's get this glove to unique. Get this cape. I mean, you can keep this cape for now, but you basically want to start pushing everything up to unique or epic if it's not there, right? So like for example, the accessories, some of them are still at rare. So, get those up to epic at least. Yeah, and then work on getting your rings. So yeah, so just to summarize everything, redo the emblem if you can. Maybe switch to CRA if you want to do that. If you're gonna keep it, if you're gonna just you don't have the money for CRA right now, it's completely fine. I would upgrade the gloves first, and then try to get like some of your accessories to unique or epic, and then get a ring if you can. Yeah, no problem, no problem. All right, let's do the next man's Frank. Okay, okay, okay. I think I looked at your stuff last time. Okay, okay, it's fine. All right, so the first thing I would change is the pot on this. Right now, 3% strength is not really doing anything for you. So I would pot this to at least, try to get this to epic and then just get 6% attack. Same exact thing as we have right here. Okay. So that's the first thing I would do. The second thing I would fix the B pot on this, try to get 3% attack. So this will give you like a little bit more damage. It's not like a huge difference, but it will make a small difference. And then the next thing I would consider doing is getting the cape because the thing is the cape, it'll give you the 4 set. So once you get the 4 set Von Leon, it gives you an additional 10% boss damage. So that's like something you don't even have to invest, any pots in to really make it usable. Secondary pot is fine. The secondary pot is fine for now, but you want to probably work on it later on. So you can keep this for now. It's because right now, like you don't want to push it too much because you still got to work on everything else too, Like I wouldn't want to push this too much because you're gonna waste all your money. I think instead, you just get the cape, and they'll get you the 4 set, and then start looking to get like a few accessories. So you can just get you you want to focus on getting a few accessories so you can start getting like a little bit of stat. Because right now you don't really have that many items. So just work on getting everything slowly one by one. Let's see, which one am I gonna really focus on for now for more damage and cheap naso? I mean, the thing is, I don't really think there's anything that is like super cheap because for you to really make the secondary or the weapon like any more strong than it is, you have to push it up to unique, and unique it will cost a little bit more money. So if you wanted to do something that is uh the thing is that you want to do unique, you have to go in with some sort of money, because if you whiff, then it just feels really bad. But, like, it is something that you do gotta work on eventually, but, I mean, my suggestion is you just get the cape because that gives you 10% boss damage right away, and then just get the rest of your, just get, like, a few pieces of your accessories, and then just get them to, like, 6% strength. Right now, something small you can do is you can try to get 6% strength on the main potential on this, so it just gives you a little bit more. And then let's see. I mean, you keep this for now. You can keep this for now. Yeah. So I would recommend working on the weapon a little bit. Get like a few pieces of the accessories, and also just get your cape. Like you don't even have to pot the cape. Just the cape alone just gives you 10% boss damage because it gives you a 4 set. All right. Let's see. Next one is Cool Cat Chad. All right, let's see. You feel like you're in a slow phase right now. You're 126 shadow with minimal investment, like $100. Can you analyze my account? I have Necro said this is my IGN. Okay. Okay. The thing is, we do have a lot of the items that we need. What I would recommend you do is you just pot the secondary. That's probably like the easiest thing you can do is just get this to epic. Get the regular potential to 6% attack. Get the B pot to 3% attack. And then the weapon, you can also get that as well to epic. Get it 6% attack and the B pot to 3% attack. Those are your easiest and fastest gains you can make. The other thing that you could probably well, the other thing you probably want to do is get this to 10 stars. That's probably not the worst idea as well. And then for the rest of your gear, just get it all to like 5 stars or so, because you have no star force on it right now. Just get it to 5 star because it's very cheap to do that. You have very good odds of them going to 5 star, and also get all of your gear up to 3%. 3%. Oh, sorry, get them all to epic 6%. So just do all that, and then you want to start working on getting like the emblem and all of the rest of your gear. Yo yo yo, what's up? How we doing? Yeah, so right now it's just, getting all of your pots to a usable spot. You don't really have, any usable pots right now. They're just kind of like, whatever's. But if you can get, 6% luck on everything and fix your weapon and your secondary, and also, get some Star Force on it, you'll do a little bit more damage. And obviously you gotta get like your fucking like emblem and shit like that too. Actually, right now, since you're a low level, if you can, you'll probably want to get more items so you can star force it. And because you star force it up to 10% or so, then you'll be able to train that star force maps easier. Well, how about the next person? Brian. Okay, I know that you woke up so you can get a gear review, so I'll try to do yours right now. You have no budget? Yeah, I mean, yeah, just um, continue to do what you're doing right now. It's just the upgrades are gonna be slow. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, your goal is to let's see. Your goal is to solo up to C-Stack and dual/trio CRA. Okay, for CRA, I would say that you would need around 7K stat or so to be able to do CRA in a dual or a trio. But, it's gonna be like a hard fight. You actually have your stats actually don't look that bad. It's just kind of getting everything else. Let's take a look at it one more time though. Okay. So the first thing I would consider doing is I'm pretty sure that 6% attack is better than 9% dex. So that's something that small you can do on the B pot. Um this pot is actually pretty good. So just keep that regular pot. This B pot also same thing, try to get 6% attack. These are some small easy gains you can make. But the next thing that we probably want to do is, for example, like this shoulder, right? I would probably try to get it to 9 and 6 on the regular potential. So try to get 2 line usable, and then the B pot fix it too. So just for all of your gear, just try to get it to like the earrings, the pendants, and stuff like that. Try to basically get it all to unique and try to get it to 2 line. Like for example, right here, right? This is like a 9%. Try to get it to like 9 and 6, so get 15% total. Like that, the stats it all adds up, and it makes a pretty big difference. So yeah, so all your neophyte stuff, I would just get it to epic 2 line, and then maybe also consider doing the ring. If it's too expensive, then it's just keep it as it is right now. But other than that, it's like considering switching off of your Unchained, because the Unchained you don't get any Star Force. You could do this one after you do everything to unique 2 line, because it does cost more money to be able to get your gear back to a point where it's better than the Unchained. But honestly, it doesn't take too much. And going something like Von Leon is probably better because you can get up to 16, 17 star. The issue with your gear right now is that it caps out really hard because you can't get any star forts on it. So even though you can improve on your pots on everything, getting it all to unique 2 line, you're gonna cap out because of you're limited in Star Force. So I would consider, getting Von Leon, or if you want, you can even get CRA. Like I'm pretty sure if you get the plain CRA, it would be better. And then you can just work on the glove and the shoes. Did I change my accessories to boss it? Yes, I don't think I can pot it up until legendary though. I mean, you don't have to you don't have to you know get it up to legendary, just get it to unique 2 line. You should only really go legendary on your equipment after you have some 17 or 16 and 17 star on your equipment, because the price to get to legendary is very expensive, and it's cheaper to, just get your item to like 16 and 17 star than to get it to legendary, depending on what item it is. So, in my opinion, you could keep the neophyte for now. If you wanted to change out some of the accessories, the ones I would consider doing are the bell, the pendant, and the eye. And the reason for that is because you should just change them out to like the pink bean bell, the dominator pendant, and the black bean bar, because those go up to 16 and 17 star. Like, yes, they do cost more money to enhance, but they're like items you pretty much keep them forever. Some of them are like, if you're not going like pitch boss items, which are like really, really hard to get, you should just go those items because they give you very, very good stats and they're extremely future proof. So those are the three things I would consider switching out. Um, but other than that, like your gear it just needs to get a little bit more upgraded, and then you gotta consider switching out the Unchained if you want to do that. But if you want to get to a point where you can, I mean, I don't know if you can solo CZAC, but if you want to get to that point, you have to upgrade everything just a little bit more. But I don't know if this Unchained set is really gonna be able to get you to do that. So the staking stuff, it's basically they want basically they released an article the other day where they were talking about they want to do something where basically people that don't want to spend too much time into the game, there are ways for them to progress, right? So they're trying to do something called like a meta play layer or meta play or whatever like that. And I think that it's going to be something like an idle game, right? So that's where I say, like, you can stake your character and you do it overnight or something like that. And it'll give you like a very small percentage of experience and as well as money, and it just allows you to slowly progress without having to spend too much time in the game. So that is something they are talking about doing. I was thinking to straight change my set into Fafnir rather than Von Leon. Some people say Von Leon not giving uh I wouldn't say that is exactly true. The thing is the Fafnir is better, right? So let's say you go the like you go the CRAs right now, right? You just go the CRA top, bottom, and the hat and the weapon, like without even potting it, then it will be better than what you have right now because it gives 60% boss damage just with the weapon alone, and also the boss the set bonus. So that's 60% boss. And then the only thing you'll be missing out is some IED. So you might have to potentially roll this one a little bit more to get, boss IED attack, something like that. That's something that you might have to do to be able to do more damage. But even at 85% IED, that's like good enough. And the top the hat, the top, bottom, and the weapon gives like 20% total. So, if you want to go Fafnir and you don't enhance it at all, then it will be better than what you have right now. Like it's pretty much guaranteed. But the reason why I tell people to still go Von Leon is because your options for the glove and the shoes, right? They're basically they're the Ravenhorn, which is a Cygnus set, or you go Von Leon, or you go Absolab, right? And I think that Von Leon is at a price point where it makes more sense to go it than to go the Ravenhorn because the Cygnus set, right? It just costs too much money to enhance, and the only way it will beat it out significantly is if you go past 21 stars, and which is like very low probability that someone's gonna go 21 star on Cygnus set anyways, because it's like it's not a really good idea to do it. So, your other option is Absolab, but Absolab is like way out of the price range for most people. So, the Von Leon is like the best one because you can get 16, 17 star on it. And, it's at a price point where it makes sense that you can still spend on it. So, Von Leon glove and shoes is completely fine to spend a lot of money on. But the other option you have is going to CRA and Fafnir. I think it's not the worst idea because those items are, you know, items you pretty much keep forever. So I would like I would rather go the Fafnir in the CRA. It just costs a lot of money to pot it. That's it. Let's take a look. All right, I'm gonna move on now. You can go back to sleep. Yep, yep, yep. No problem, no problem. Come back when you make some upgrades. I'll help you out some more. Let's see. Next person that I will help out. Uh, VRM1. Next is me. Is it really you? You're not next. You're the one after. I'll help you out next, Jon Snow. Yeah, full gear. I don't really know what I should focus on now. My character is VRM1. Okay, we are Buck. We have no IED. We have 2K strength. Okay, I'm pretty sure that you want to get some boss damage on this, so you're gonna roll off this eventually. So something you gotta work on. Um, okay, let's look at your gear though. Okay, our gear is actually not the worst, but the only thing that I would consider fixing is this pot on this. The pot on this is not really good. Try to get 6% attack and then try to get 3% attack on the B pot. But other than that, it's just picking up some items. Right now we have no items at all. I would consider, going the boss set or the neophyte set. Um, you gotta decide on that for yourself. I personally would just go with the boss set if you haven't, even picked up any items yet because they're more future proof. It just costs more money to upgrade them. That's it. So I would consider picking up like a few of the accessories if you can. Like the earrings is a good idea. Getting like a horntail pendant or a mechanator pendant is a good idea. And then maybe get like a horntail ring and then get them all to 6%. Yeah, yeah. It'll be up on the VODs later. So yeah, just go to the channel. It'll be up there. But yeah, I mean, right now it's just getting this to a usable spot and then getting like the rest of your accessories and then work on the emblem if you can. The emblem is probably the best thing you can do. But once you get some items and stuff like that, then it's just trying to push the secondary to to unique. But I would just focus on getting items first. All right, let's see. Can you review my account next? Or there's a line. Yeah, there's definitely a line. So I'm going through it all one by one right now. Okay, Jon Snow. Okay, okay. Let's see, Mr. Jon Snow. Yeah, DK. Suffering, huh? You're suffering. This class is I don't think it's that good right now. But we got the full Von Leon set. This is good. Okay. Once again, the pot on this isn't good. 9 and 6 is not a good pot. So try to get 9% attack or get some boss damage. Um uh, all right, so pretty much all of your gear right now, it's like the pot on it isn't really that good. So just try to get all of your pots that are rare, get them all to epic, and then get them all to 6% strength. So get them to look like your shoulder, basically, right? Because right now, like there's just a lot of flat stat. It doesn't really do much for you. Just try to get them all to epic because you have like a really solid set already, So get everything to epic, get it 6% strength, get the B pot to 2% strength. Because then some of them is like, doesn't really do much for you either. So get 2% strength or get 10 attack on the line. And then the weapon, you also want to get this to epic and get to 6% attack. And then after that, you'll probably want to consider picking up the emblem and some of your other accessories. Get like a few of them. Uh And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. But fix this too. The B paw on this, get 3% attack and then 6%, I mean 9% on the unique or get some boss damage. Yeah. But you have all the gear. You just need to fix your pots. The fixing the pot part is not that expensive. So you have the gear already. Okay. Let us go with the next person. Uh I don't know if you put your IGN in Nestor, but if you wanted to get a gear review, then uh, yeah, put it in your IGN. Let's see, upgrade. Okay, let's do Melly next. Oh, oh, oh yeah, Nestor. Yeah, put your IGN in. Alright. Oh, we got 10K stat, and we got decent IED. Damn. Honestly, I know that Ice Lightning Mage has a pretty hard time getting crit rate. So I think like, if you're able to get that crit rate in her ability, it's pretty good for you. So it's hard to get it, but you definitely want to get that crit rate somehow. Um Also, you also need buff duration. I mean, this is just takes time, but the buff duration and the crit rate will help you out a lot. But let's take a look at some of the gear. Let's see. This is pretty good. 40, 30, 40. Oh, this is really good. Our gear is pretty good, honestly, but are we thinking of potentially swapping to CRA or you want to keep pushing the Von Leon? Good. Okay, so your biggest gain right now is actually to start pushing all of your gear that is able to get to 17 star to 17 star, right? So right now it's mostly, you want to focus on items that have the most longevity. Do the earrings and the belt first. You can also start getting some of the B pots up, like, for example, this B pot is still at rare. Get them to, epic, or I mean, just get them to epic, it's fine. And then just, get something like this. That's just something small you can do for some of your gear. Like right here, for example, like for this, you can work on. I mean, that's fine. That's also fine. Yeah. So, the biggest gain is for sure star forcing all your gear. You don't have any 17 stars at all. So do the earring, do the belt. The other thing you also want to consider is, if you're not looking to upgrade, I mean, if you're not looking to spend a ton of money on the Absolute gear and you want to, make upgrades, then start, also putting more into the Von Leon stuff, like the shoes, the glove, and the cape, because right now you're doing the Absolute gear. It's very, very expensive to pot it. It's like 1 mil for a black cube. And I don't even know how much the Star Force costs, but putting that money into the Von Leon instead, you'll spend less money and you'll still make a lot of gains. So, pushing the gloves, the cape, and the shoes also up to 16 and 17 star is not the worst idea. And I would only work on the hat overall and the weapon if I don't think I want to go the CRA. Because, even though that these are really good as it is right now, it's like, you shouldn't really spend more on it unless you're, deciding not to go CRA. But yeah, right now I would just do the earrings, the belt, and then the Von Leon over here, and then just fix some of your pots, and you'll be fine. Like you're really strong actually. Yep, yep, no problem. Okay, we're gonna go in line. See. Oh, okay. I will do less for next. A Nestor. I think I might have skipped him. I don't even know where I'm at in the fucking queue right now. Okay. We're a 2 or 3 bishop. Don't really got our gear too crazy, right? Boss damage, buff skill duration. I mean, your gear as it is like, I mean, your inner ability is like not the best to have, but you can keep this for now since you might not have a lot of resources to switch off of this. But it's something that you probably want to swap off eventually. Like they're fine, they're good enough, but it's not the best one you can have. Okay, this is fine. This is actually pretty good. Um, Weapon. I'll just keep that for now. All right. So the first thing that I would consider doing is to try to pick up some of your accessories. That's probably your biggest gain right now, and then also decide what kind of set you want to go as well. Because right now it's like you do have a lot of budget gear, but the weird thing about going this build is like you can't really choose like a long term set on it. So, and it's just really good to get you through the early game, because when I was making a video on like the budget gear and all that stuff, this was aimed towards people that were very low level and they wanted to start progressing. But now a lot of people, they're just buying their accounts, and they're kind of skipping that phase where you need a lot of the budget gear to do stuff with. And it's technically better if you have like something like Von Leon, where you can just start working on it over time. But consider like what set you want to go in the long term. That's something you got to decide for yourself. But other than that is picking up all of your uh all of your gear, like your fucking accessories, and then your emblem. Because right now, like our pod is actually pretty good and everything. We just need to get some items. I mean, to make that decision, you have to just look at the uh look at your options and kind of decide from there. But for me personally, I would almost always try to go boss set, and I would almost always try to go Von Leon, depending on my budget. The only time I would, consider going something better than Von Leon is if I, you know, had the money to get CRAs or Absolab. Other than that, like Von Leon is where the majority of people should probably do their gear at. But it's different for everyone. It just depends. Okay, let's see. Next person. Uh, okay. Who's next? Okay, Cryolux. Oh shit, we're kind of juiced. 213. Oh, 7K stat. So we train a lot, huh? We train a lot. The levels are good. 84 IED. Okay, I mean we gotta work on the abilities. I'm assuming that you're doing this over time, so it's something that you gotta work on. But let's take a look at the gear though. Okay, this is fine. That's fine. This is also fine. Okay, same thing as the other. I talked to the other Ice Lightning about this as well, where the gear that you have right now is pretty much good enough. But if you're gonna consider to swap over to CRAs, then don't work on your items anymore. Like they're not gonna be better. No, I think that what you have right now is probably better than the CRA because your weapon is actually pretty good. But it's something that you can consider doing. But if you want to start working on stuff like right now at this exact moment, it's getting the Star Force on the earring to 16 star. And then also getting the shoes, glove, and the cape as well to 16 star or 17 star. This is probably your next progression. Um, and then you also want to consider maybe swapping off the neophyte belt for a pink beam belt and then replacing the pendant for a dominator as well. And same thing as the aquatic letter I, because right now, right, you're missing is you're missing a lot of Star Force power, and the Star Force power it doesn't, it only really makes a lot of like a big difference at 16 and 17 star because you don't have a lot of flat attack from a lot of your gear right now. So that will be one of the things that you can start working on. And then after you do 16 and 17 stars, just pushing all of your rings and stuff like that, your accessories up to legendary. But I mean, like right now, you just need the Star Force. That's your next biggest gain. Yeah, if you want a gear review, then put your IG in the chat. I'm helping people out right now. Let's see. If we haven't bought any equips yet and wanted to start a Von Leon set, should we buy the whole set first and then work on the pots or buy one piece at a time? I mean, the thing is, if you buy like everything, like the whole set, right? You will be able to get some sort of stats through the set effect. So actually buying the whole set is not even the worst idea. But to even get the whole set to a point where it's like usable, right? It doesn't cost that much because all you have to do is, get it to 3% of your main stat and then get 2% or get some flat attack on the B pot, and then that's like good enough for the early game. And then once you have the whole set, and you get some accessories, then you start upgrading everything slowly one at a time. But if you want to upgrade anything first, it's always the weapon, the secondary, and the emblem. See, uh, next person, Palola. Okay, 200 bishop, 199.9. See, boss damage. Yep, no problem, no problem. Okay. So the biggest gain that we can make is getting our secondary. This is probably the most important thing that you need. But just looking at the rest of your gear, okay. Okay. So basically on all of your gear, right? Get it all to 3% in and then get the B pot to 2% in or 10 magic attack. That's for all of your gear except the weapon. Because the weapon you want it to be 6% magic attack and then 3% magic attack for the B pot. And then, the secondary is probably the first thing you want to focus on though. For you, you just need to fix your pots and then get the secondary. Not too hard, not too hard. All right, I'll look at your gear one more time. Jon Snow. What did you ask? Should I upgrade this character like the warrior class stuff, or should I move to another if I'm spending more? Wait, what do you mean? Like, are you saying like do you feel like this class is worth investing in? I mean, I'm gonna tell you straight up right now. I think that Dark Knight is one of the not they're not like okay, they are a pretty bad class right now. But the reason I think that they're just like a harder class to play is because they require a lot of investment into like other types of like stat lines, right? For example, like their hat, they need a cooldown hat eventually. And if you look at the price for a cooldown hat, it's very expensive to get one. And also on top of that, they also need buff duration and attack speed +1. And it's just like you need all these resources that are very difficult to obtain for a class that is like mid. So that's why I don't like this class that much right now. But like later on in the future in fit job and stuff like that, they get a little better, but they're still not like the best class in the game or anything like that. So that's just a decision you gotta make for yourself. Like I mean, I just personally would not play Dark Knight, but that's just me. Well, all right, Hood Squirrel, 6K Dex, 86 ID, 197. Damn, like your crit rate is pretty low. I think you gotta get that crit rate up. I think your biggest dam sorry, your biggest damage gain is probably getting some crit rate. Like if you were able to hit this line, I know it's very hard to, but that's probably one of the things that you want. Okay, it's good. That's a good pot. It's a good pot. This is a double prime. It's good. Uh Okay, the B part on this, you wanna probably fix it a little. It's not very good as it is. Try to get like one line of attack. It's probably better. Yeah, our pots are actually pretty good. Okay, the one thing I would consider to do is if you want to stay at Von Leon, you should try to pot some of your Von Leon stuff, and not pot Star Force some of your Von Leon stuff. So, for example, the shoes and the gloves, they're worth pushing to 16 star because I think that they're the ones that will probably stay around the longest. Also, you might want to consider swapping off the cape as well. Of course, it does cost more money, but you get right now you're missing the six boss set effect. Like it's not the most important thing to do, but the six boss set effect is actually pretty good because you get 20 attack and 10% boss. So it's not like it's not nothing. It's pretty decent. But other than that, you want to pick up, some of the stuff you're missing. Like you're missing a ring. Like at least get the Ifia ring and get the face accessory. But your pots are pretty good right now. Like they're not bad at all. Yeah, just round things up. Maybe you want to consider swap off the cape for a Von Leon cape. Get your glove, your shoes, and then if you get the Von Leon cape, get them all to 16 star. Get the rest of your gear, like your face accessory, and get the Ifia ring. And then you're probably in a good spot after that. All right. Anyone want any more gear reviews? Yeah, I mean that stuff just takes time, you know. What three inner abilities best to get for Bowmaster? Well, I mean, right now, Bowmasters they have a really difficult time getting crit rate, even though like they are a crit rate class. So you need 20% or sorry 20 plus crit rate on the unique line, and then boss damage is good, and then I think the last line is either abnormal status. That's probably the best one, I think. So basically what he has right now, but this one at unique, and then also the this line is it should be 20 percent crit rate. I hope Bowmasters get some buffs though. The class looks like it needs it. All right. Ooh. Uh yes, yes, it has to be boss damage for legendary. That's probably the best one. Okay. Yeah. I mean the thing is like let's say you hit the legendary ability is like 30% crit rate. Like you can just keep that for now because crit rate is really hard to get on Bowmaster. Like, it just depends on what you hit. Okay. Let's see. Our stat is 1.3. Okay. So some of the things that we can just work on is just get the pot on the secondary and the weapon better. Just get them to like epic 6% and then get the B pot to like 3% attack. So 6% attack on the regular one and 3% on the B pot. And then get all of your gear up to 3% dex and then get the B pot to 2% dex. And then after that, get some accessories and then get your emblem. That's like I mean, you can get the emblem, get the get the emblem first. That's like the best thing. But you just gotta get your pots usable. All your pots, like they don't do anything right now. But that's very easy to fix. It doesn't cost that much money either. Let's see. What content update do you think is first? Legion, collection revamp, signet type, or class balancing? I mean, like, I feel like if they were to do anything, it would probably be the new classes first, right? Because there's no point of doing Legion, in my opinion, without also including more classes. So I think they'll add more classes and then maybe they'll do Legion after. Or I mean, we haven't had any type of content at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just threw everything all together, at least, um two different things. So it'd be like a class update and one system update, right? So it would be like Cygnus Knights plus Legion, or it would be Cygnus Knights plus what do you call it? The fucking collection revamp. Is it same thing for paladin for crit rate? Well, if your class needs crit rate, then getting the crit rate inner ability is definitely a good idea because it gives you a ton of damage. Because if you missing some crit rate, you actually lose out on so much stat because all of your crit damage. Like let's see, for example, like he has 67% crit damage, right? I don't know if you guys can see that right here. Like this won't really do that much for you if you don't have like good crit rate. And then this also gives you like way more damage than like boss damage or regular damage. So like it's a very important to get your crit rate to as close as possible to 100%. Like this is something that is hard to get right now, but when more stuff comes out like Legion and all those different types of systems, then yeah, you won't need the inner ability as much. But as of right now, it's like the inner ability is one of the best ways to get it. Oh, actually, let me do this guy's first. He was first. Sorry. Also, I think that this name is wait, can't really search this up. Let me see. I mean, it doesn't matter if you need a lot. You know, everyone starts from somewhere, but I can just point you in the right direction. Let's see, 1.3K stat. Let's take a look at some of the gear that we have though. We can keep this for now, but it's something that we want to eventually work on later. But the things that you probably want to work on the most is getting all of your. Okay, actually, the first thing I would do is just swap this off for a Von Leon helmet. Because the thing is, you have 5 of the Von Leon set already. You might as well pick up the helmet, and it'll make it like a 6 set, you know? So just swap off to the hat, and then get all of your gear to, I mean, you already have some of them, but get them all to 3% strength. So just do the overall, and then the B pot, you know, also get it to 10 attack or 2% strength. So just work on the B pot a little bit. But probably the easiest thing you can do is get this to epic, get it to 6% attack, and then fix the B pot, do 3% attack. And then you probably want to start getting some of like your other gear, like your accessories. Okay, let's see. I'm going to do this guy next. Yep, yep, no problem, no problem. Let's see. We're a bishop, 2.5K, 48% crit or 48% defense ignored. I mean, you gotta fix this eventually, but you can just like, you know, do it over time. Which accessories you get first? I mean, you gotta decide on if you want to go boss accessory or you want to go neophyte, you know? For me, I've been telling people you should just go boss accessory because you know it's way more future proof, but it does cost more to enhance. But that's just my opinion, you know? You want to, you know, to work on something and it's faster to get damaged and do the neophyte, but I personally would just do the boss accessory. Let's see. Yeah, let's look at this guy's gear. Let's see. Okay, so the secondary, we probably want to work on this a little bit. I think that the 6% magic attack would probably be better. So just get 6% magic attack, and then the B pot also get 3% magic attack as well. And then the weapon also get this to 3% on the B pot, and then the main pot gets to epic 6%. And then the rest of your gear, yeah, it's looking decent. Okay, so basically right now you're trying to decide on what kind of, you know, accessories we want to go. As I said before, you know, I personally would rather go the boss accessory. If you were to go any of the boss accessory, always just go to the one that is the cheapest to buy first and also is the cheapest to enhance. The only, you know, things that you want to keep in mind are items that can go up to 20 star plus or, you know, 20 stars in general. And that's going to be the earring, the belt, the dominator, and the BBM. Like those do cost more money to enhance, but they're way more future proof. And at least if you're putting any money into those items, you know that you pretty much are going to keep them forever. You know, before I would be like, oh, you know, the Dominator and the BBM was way too expensive for the majority of people to buy, but now they're very similar in price to the other boss accessories. Like, yes, they do cost more to enhance, but you know, you can work on other items first and then work on those later down the line when you get more funds or you get stronger. But yeah, like you just gotta decide on what boss accessory you wanna go and then get the emblem. All right, let's see. Wonder will new class be dual blade? I feel like it's probably going to be Cygnus Knight first, but I could also see them adding in the like the other classes for the explorers like Pathfinder, Dual Blade, and Cannoneer. You know? Yep, yep, no problem, no problem. Okay, let's do two holes. Hmm. Okay. What question do we have? Let's see. I'm about to get second weapon in 1 to 2 days. I'm thinking about migrating to Bali after that. Should I sell my helmet and shoes to get all together or wait? Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, so if I were you, I would like, if you can get all of the items right now, I would personally do it because at least you'll have the items that you'll keep for a very long time. And the Von Leon it benefits a lot from having all the items, right? Because you get the six set effect. Like maybe your items right now, if you only, for example, had the weapon, the overall, and the gloves and the cape, it might be better, what you have right now. But over the long term, like you might as well try to start working on the gear that you're going to keep forever. But once you have the Von Leon set and the secondary, you just work on the secondary, get it to epic, and the B pot to a usable spot, and then also the weapon as well. And then start working on everything else to 3% of your usable stat. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, once you get your Von Leon, then come back and I'll help you again. Let's see. Hi. There were so much hackers. Is there a risk to buy characters from them or something? You can't even know they were hackers to begin with. I mean, your odds of like you might be buying a hacked character, right? But your odds of getting banned are very, very, very low because it's not really your fault that you are buying a hacked character, like you didn't know it was hacked. Like that's honestly the game developers' fault for not catching them before they get to that state. And also they also did a pretty good job of purging a lot of the hackers since the latest update. But just to answer your question, like there is a very small chance that you can get banned, but your odds are like I would buy one. I've bought in a lot of level 200 characters, and I mean you can't really tell if it's a hacked character or not. I don't think that you'll get banned. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you're very unlikely to get banned. It's not really your fault. Like you know what I mean. Like how would you have known? Let's see. Okay, let's do this fucking next man. I mean, I buy in all my characters level 200. I don't know if they're hacked. They're probably not hacked. Maybe some of them are hacked. Like maybe the Bowman's hacked. What, bro? You made some gains, bro. Look at your items now. They're fucking better than mine's. I mean, these are just expensive to do. So just keep them where they're at. What do we have trouble doing? Let's see. Made some gains and stuff. Can nearly sold any more suggestions for upgrades? Oh, okay. Uh, okay. So you made a lot of item gains, but your next gain, okay, it's definitely. I'll look at all your items. Okay, so your next easy gain is getting all of your items that can get to 16 or 17 star to that point, right? So work on the Dominator, the BBM, the earring, and the belt. That will give you enough to probably solo. But if you want to min max any of the small things, get all of your accessories that are legendary. So example, the Dominator, the BBM, the Neophyte mark, anything that is legendary, try to get them to 3-line usable. So just go for like 1296. And then I think you should be able to solo it after that. Like you just need to get Star Force and then fix your line. Once everything is so expensive to upgrade, I got 40 mil left. I can't tell you how much that you'll exactly spend, but if you want to hit something that is more likely to give you damage, I'm pretty sure that going for a fake 3-line is probably cheaper than going for a 16, 17 star. Like 16, 17 star is very, very RNG heavy. But if you want to, just double check to see if you go to this website, go to maplen.gg, and then you type you look at how much your expected cost to get to 16 star is. I don't know how much it is for the item, but you know, just look at your estimated cost and then also compare that to the cubing cost for a. I'll just do one real quick, just a theoretical one, right? The let's say face accessory, you're going 12, 9, and 6. And let's say it costs 50K. Like your estimated cost is 10 mil for one of your items, right? So you can do at least the pendant, the BBM, the earring, oh not the earring. And then then your ring, the ring. Yeah, so you can do 3 of your rings, the pendant and the BBM. So you can get all of those probably within 40 mil if you hit average. Like they're not as much gains in my opinion as if you were to get, your stuff to 16 star, but 16 star is very RNG dependent, so you got to just calculate your odds. And I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's like you get like, lucky or not, but those are your next gains, is to push 16 star and then getting everything to three line usable. But I would not focus on the like any of your Absolab gear unless like it's cheap to do everything to like 3% of your main stat. But I would just keep them as it is right now, because I mean everything else is really good. Yeah, it's just min maxing your accessories and then pushing a 16, 17 star. All right, let's see. Do you think the CRA is worth to cheer up at 230? I mean, it's probably gonna stay around that price. So like I don't know if it's really worth it. In terms of damage, you'll probably get more gains if you were to do the Star Force instead. But just know that it's very RNG heavy. And also the same thing as if you were to upgrade everything to um like you were to do the CRA, I would only do the pants. I wouldn't do the top. Because your top is already good enough. 9 and 6 is fine. And your pants is 6%. So if you want to do anything, you would do the pants, just get it to unique 2 line. But I don't know if the CRA is really worth doing because it's so expensive to do. And I prefer doing all the other items around the CRA first. And then once those are in a good spot, then you can start working on the CRAs. Because you have to see what is most cost effective. And I think that right now it's the 16 star and then also real 3 line everything, or fake 3 line everything. All right, let's see. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll come right back. Ah. Last thing, is there a way to solo hard Hilla? I think the strategy is to put her into the corner and then try to kill all the mobs as fast as possible. And during her healing phase, she also can heal if she hits you. So try to stay out of her attack range. But honestly, that boss is just really annoying, and it's really just a boss where it's kind of just like a damage check, honestly. Let's see. You want to know what immediate intermediate equipment for Shadower? I think that the majority of people should just go Von Leon and just go boss accessory. But that's just what I feel is the most optimal, you know? Naden. Let's see. You're saying you plan to grind it to 200 to make big money, sell the character, keep the gear for some strength seeing this character. What do you think about this strategy? I mean, it's not the worst strategy. It just takes a really long time to, grind a level 200 without good gear. That's it. But if you wanted to make any easy gains, you get this to 6% attack, and then your gear is fine as it is. Oh, get everything to like strength usable. The thing is, you sell a character. I feel like the best time to sell a level 200 character is right after Legion comes out, because when it comes out, I mean, people have already been buying level 200 characters, right? So, see, for example, I mean, the floor has been slowly going up, right? It was 7.5 a few days ago, and it'll probably go a little bit up and down, just, depends. But there are certain classes that no one plays at, a high level, right? So, for example, like Buccaneers, the floor is 13. I mean, Dark Knight, I don't even know what the floor on Dark Knight is. So it's 15 right now. So, when Legion comes out, it's going to come out. I don't know if it comes out next month or whenever it does come out, but when it does come out, like I don't know why the floor wouldn't go up at least a little bit. So that's something that you can consider doing. It's not the worst idea. Oh, thank you for 1K. Let's see. I have the Necromancer set. Should I keep it or try to get the Von Leon set? I personally feel like, before I would tell people like, yeah, go the Necromancer set, because the Von Leon set was expensive, not only to enhance but to purchase. But now Von Leon is very cheap as well, and depending on what class you're playing, it will also be around the same price, or maybe at the exact same price. But I was looking at the price of what it costs to enhance the Von Leon weapon and the Necro weapon, and the Von Leon weapon was cheaper to, or was around the same price, maybe a little bit more for the pots. You know what I mean? So I would personally just go Von Leon, because like you get a way better item than the Necromancer, and at least you're working on an item that, well, it could last you even to fifth job. Like they're good enough to last you for a while. Okay. Oh, let's see. Let me do this guy. I missed him. Yami. A 205 Shatterer. We said, let's see, what did we say? Um, you're gonna upgrade the CRX to 10 star. What's better upgrade next? Okay, we got a decent flame. I mean, if I were you, I would personally just get the CRAs to like 5, maybe 10 stars. If it's cheap, get it to 10 stars. I don't know how cheap it is, that's why. But you can just get it to 5 stars. But some of the other items that you can probably look to work on, because right now what you're missing is you don't have any items that are 16 or 17 star, and so you're missing a lot of like flat attack from it, right? So I would start considering to maybe swap out of some of your neophyte stuff, like the belt, maybe the shoes, maybe. I mean, they give you like a pretty good amount of damage, but like I think that if you want something that is going to be very good, then you want to probably eventually look to swap off at least of the belt, because the pink beam belt is pretty much you know it's pretty much best in slot. The Zakun belt is better, but I mean I feel like just get the pink beam belt. It's the same thing. And then once you have those items, then start pushing some of your stuff up to 16 star, like the pendant, the earrings, um, and the belt. I think those are your next gains that you can make. You can also consider swapping to a BBM. Of course, it does cost more money, but something that you can start consider doing. And then once you gotten some 16 stars, then you'll start doing more damage. But like your next gains after that is, you know, swapping off the cape and the shoes. So then you just get like way more items with 16 star potential. But other than that, like your gear is not bad. Like there's in a pretty good spot. Yeah. That's what I would do. I would just do the earrings, the pendant, swap to a pink beam belt, get that to a usable spot, and also 16, 17 star. And then consider also swapping out the cape, the shoes, and then get all these three as well to 16, 17 star. Let's see. Thank you, bro. My path on Shadow with low gear is nightmare. When I hit 180, start grinding its fight parry on. DK is like one hit or close. Okay, I mean if it's a chill grind for you, then yeah, you should just keep at it. Because the thing is like the classes that are very unpopular, as like DK and stuff like that, right? Like there aren't that many people that play those classes, and I mean, I know I wouldn't want to train one. I bought mine, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna train that shit myself, so I'm just gonna buy it. You'll be able to find a buyer. It just takes a long time to be able to get your character to level 200. That's it. It's not a. I mean, like it doesn't take like a super duper long time, but it does take time, and like that's time that you can be doing other stuff. But if it's something that isn't, doesn't really require too much effort or brain power from you, and you're just doing it for fun, then then you can do it. It's just not something I would like to do. It just takes a really long time. That's it. Oh, also, apparently they just fixed the FT like buying and selling. There was like a really big problem buying and selling the EXP coupons and all those things. So apparently they fixed it. So where do you train after 200? You train at this map right here. Upper Stem Crossroad. It might be too hard for you still. So you might need to be like level 203, 204. But you can train at Fest, Fest 2 until then. Because there's not really that many good training spots. Like you pretty much train at Fest 2, and then you train at Upper Dark World, Upper Center, like the middle one, Upper Stem Crossroad. I mean, this map gets really packed though. So you either go to the right or the left, but for your class, it might not be the best. You can also maybe try I think you play hero, right? So try Black Heaven Entrance. Maybe that one is okay for you. Let me see if I can find the tweet. Yeah, so right here. He says that they, fixed it now. So I'm gonna try buying the fucking EXP thing and see if it works. Oh, I think someone asked a question. Should I buy you mushroom early on or wait till 200s? I mean, I would only really buy it. I mean, the thing is, you feel like you're gonna play the game for a long time, then you might as well buy it early. But if you don't know until you're at least level 200, then buy at level 200. You know. But like for me personally, I would buy it because I think that it's not really that expensive as it was before. You know, it's like what, $60 or something, or is it $60? Yeah, I mean, like it's not as expensive as it was before. You know, so I would just buy it. Like, I mean, you get pretty good value. Like, it makes the game a little easier to play. And if you know, at least if you don't enjoy the game, you at least don't spend as much money. Let's see. I'll try. Oh, yeah, the the XP coupons they started going back up. I don't know what fix they did though. Well, okay, well, I guess it is easier to buy the coupons. So I just bought like 9 right now. Can you do a gear review for me? Hand of Sin? Yeah, I'll do one for you. I mean, like as a free to play player, the thing is, I don't 100% know like how much money you guys make. So like how much are you guys making? Like then I think that would give me like a little bit better of an idea to see like your progression. Okay. Damn. Okay, so the first easy thing that you can do is get the B pot on this to 3% attack. I think that's like the fastest thing you can do, honestly. And also the same thing for this. Get the B pot for this to 3% as well. But since you have all of your items ready, okay, the other thing I would consider doing is maybe, if you want to do it, then potentially switch to Von Leon. You can keep your items for now. But I personally feel like everyone should try to go Von Leon, but you don't have to do it right away because you can still make gains everywhere else before you have to switch. But it's something that I would consider doing. But the easy stuff is get 3% attack on the B pot, 3% attack on the B pot. Um, see, I'm looking at everything else. Yeah. Okay. And then the rest of it is just getting your gear right, because right now we are missing a few things. I would consider getting like a ring. Um, maybe the horntail ring is cheap right now. I think it's pretty cheap, right? Get the horntail ring at least, and then get your other stuff like your face eye, your belt. Get those all to like 6%, because right now we're just missing items. And then once you get some items, get them to 6% or so. Get the secondary to the unique, and then after that, maybe you can start thinking about switching to Von Leon. Buffer system now are far from making money at the start. Very low progression. Yeah, I think that just in general that what they're focusing on more right now is they're trying to focus more on you know stop like at least for the past 2 weeks, right? They emphasize trying to create systems into the game to discourage hackers, which they've successfully been able to at least stop a lot of them. Like it's not completely zero. I think completely zero is very hard no matter what, but they've done a pretty good job of stopping them for now. And that's like the first thing they worked on. But they probably wanted to do that first before giving us any sort of types of different ways to progress, right? Like for example, they said they wanted to start giving more items to HBAG. So that's something that they're gonna add. And I don't know what else they would really add, but that's just like an example of some of the things they're trying to do. Now, for like a completely free to play player, it's always going to be difficult. Just in a game like this, it's doesn't really seem very free to play friendly. But I think that's the inherent design of the game. You know, it's like you're kind of incentivized at least to spend a little bit of money. It's very hard to be completely like zero free to play. Like there are people out there that are 100% free to play, but it's very hard to progress. And it's even harder if you're a new player that doesn't really have like a good idea of how the game systems work, because not only do you feel like weak as shit, but you also have to learn everything as well while being like super weak in the game. Like at least if you're playing like GMS, right? Like yeah, there's a lot of systems inside that game as well, but at least they give you so many tools and a lot of free stuff that it's makes it a lot of an easier time to learn all the systems in the game. But they don't have that right now in this game. So it's definitely not easy as a free to play player. I understand that. That's why I think like you're free to play. You gotta play support class, because at least in support class, you don't have to fund your character as much to get into parties. Like you just get into parties because you're a support class. Also, we have recently hit that 1K, So I did say I was gonna do a giveaway. So if we're gonna do that giveaway, I think we're gonna probably do it around either next week or the week after that. I will let you guys know the exact date, probably in the next stream. But that's something that you guys can, watch out for if you guys wanna try to maybe win a U mushroom. Just know, congrats on the 1K, bro. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I mean, it came a bit faster than I thought, but there's not really that many too many creators out there. I honestly need to make more videos though. I've been kind of slacking on that. It's just because recently I've been waiting for more content to come out to make some of the videos, but I mean I have a few ideas that I want to work on, so probably one soon. Yeah, I'll do a gear review for you. You're a free to play player. You think you only get 70 to 100k nations per hour? That's pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. But the thing is, you start making more money like once you like get to like the higher level region, right? As like a free to play player, you only make 70 to 100k. It's pretty hard to make like really meaningful progress. Like you could still work on a few things, but I mean that's pretty rough. And the thing is, the money is only gonna get worse after this too. Like after the event ends, it ends in like 2 or 3 weeks or something. Okay, let's work on this man's review right here. Let's see. 2.6k, 45%. Okay, you probably want to start working on what you call it? The inner abilities. Like your inner ability is fine right now. Just know that you want some buff duration, and you I mean you definitely want some buff duration, but just something you gotta work on eventually. You can keep that for now though. Is there NXPC staking? No, the staking that I'm talking about it's basically like a meta play layer. I talked about it a little bit, but they're basically trying to make it so that people they can play the game without playing the game. Essentially, it's kind of like you can stake. I don't know if it's gonna be like a staking feature, but they're gonna turn it into like a sort of like an idle slash management game. So then people that don't have the time to grind or play the game, they can still enjoy like the sense of progression and stuff like that. So that is something that they have talked about. And when I say staking, it's sort of like a character staking thing. Let's say like overnight, I can stake my character and I can get some percentage, like maybe like 0.5% and maybe make like 100k or something. That's sort of like kind of like what I think they're heading towards. So it's not like NXPC staking. It's more like just character staking. But there has been some discussion about if you own like let's say you own like 20 like or more like you own more NXPC in your wallet or something like that, you can get more rewards from it. Now I don't know if that's a great idea. I just know that's something that they're talking about. Let's see. Hello, very nice videos and guides. Do you still recommend the budget gear from your video as first gear? Right now, I personally feel like almost everyone should just go Von Leon because it's in a way more affordable state than before. But it just depends. At the end of the day, it just depends. Okay, I gotta do this guy's gear review. All right. Wait, it's fine. Also fine. Okay. So the first thing I would work on is getting this to to Epic, get it to 6% magic attack, and then get the B pot to 3% magic attack. And then also the same thing with the weapon, get it to 6% magic attack, 3% magic attack on the B pot. Um, and then I would get the rest of your gear. If you're gonna plan on on staying necromancer, get everything to epic and get it to 6%, and then get the B pot to 2% in or 10% magic attack. Yeah. So that's what I would do. And then, consider getting the emblem. If you want to swap over to Von Leon, it's something I recommend people do. But you can just keep the necro for now and just work on getting the rest of your gear first. Like get the horntail ring, the face accessory, all that stuff. Do you know how loot works if you're in a party? Yeah, you split the loot randomly amongst all the people in your party. So if you're gonna do any type of content, try to do your best to either solo or try to do any type of bossing content at least with the least amount of people possible. Let's see. How do people trade like in regular MapleStory? Can you actually trade there? Yeah. So basically, how to trade in regular MapleStory? They have a thing called an auction house, and you know, you would just look through the auction house. It's very similar, I think, to the way that we have the marketplace. It's just a little bit different. That's it. But yeah, they would just look through the auction house. But you can also trade, I believe, peer to peer kind of by just going through like you can just click on someone and then you can just have like you can just trade them. I'm pretty sure you could do that too. Let's see. Let's see. I'll do your gear review next, Yatoro. And then let's see. Is buff duration better than attack speed plus one? I believe you want attack speed plus one, but if you hit buff duration on the first like legendary ability, I would just keep that for now. Because then the thing is like the buff duration is so important on mages. It's kind of like the one thing that they really need. And the attack speed plus one, if you have attack speed plus one and buff duration, then yes, that's like the perfect scenario. But it's very hard to hit those lines. All right, yeah, Toro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could trade like peer to peer, kind of. There is like there is a fee if you trade a lot of money though. Let's see. Let's take a look. ID's good. 7K. Okay, we have pretty good gear. Take a look at the pots though. Double prime. Okay. But your gear is pretty good. I'm assuming that probably wanna okay. I'll show you how to do the preset thing after I do this gear review. How much is it for an occult cube right now for the CRA? Probably expensive, huh? Yeah, it is. Not even worth it. Okay. I mean, your next gains, they're not super easy to do, but the one thing I would consider is pushing all of your Von Leon stuff, like your glove, your cape, your shoes. I would consider pushing them more. So try to get it to 16 or 17 star unless you're thinking about swapping over to Absolab. But if you're gonna swap over to Absolab, just know that it's like extremely, extremely expensive to pot it right now. So, if you want to spend as little money as possible, but still make a lot of gains, doing your Von Leon isn't really the worst idea. But other than that, start forcing the bell. the Dominator, and then this as well to 17 star. Like, yes, it does cost a lot of money, but at least do the Dominator and the Pink Bean belt to 16, 17 star. Yeah. So once you hit 16 or 17 star on the rest of your items, then you probably want to just push everything that you have at unique all the way to legendary. And then go legendary 3 line. Let's see. The Pink Bean and Dom looking to market to buy them already? Oh, okay. So you're just gonna buy them instead of doing it yourself. I see. Yeah, that's not the worst idea. But that just takes time, you know. What inner abilities should you have on marksman? You should have attack speed +1 as the main one. And then maybe you want some crit rate, and maybe like the third line is like boss damage or something. Yeah, so honestly, like your easiest gains is like for sure doing like the stuff you don't have, but then you also got to consider like you want to stay the Von Leon, which isn't even the worst idea, but if you do stay the Von Leon, then just push everything up to 16, 17 star. And then once you do that, get all of your accessories to legendary and then get them to a real 3 line. Because your pots are actually pretty good on everything. The other thing that you can potentially do is if you want to stay the Von Leon, then do the B pot on this. But if you don't, if you want to swap over to the CRA, which isn't even the worst idea, then don't work on this anymore. Just you can just get like a plain Fafnir and then just work on these three instead. Like work on the glove, cape, and the shoes, and then just do the accessories as well. All right. Oh, did they run out in the shop? I'll check for you right now. I'm curious. Oh, what? They really ran out? Oh, they did run out. How much is it in the fucking thing? Oh, I see. 17. I see what you mean. Um, yeah, I mean, like you just gotta wait for that. There's nothing really you can do about that. But yeah, like that's something that you can consider doing. But for now, I think that either I mean, you just gotta wait for everything. Like you want to do it yourself, you can also do yours. I think you have an idea where to go because you just got to work on 17 starring some of your shit. And then I think like these three items, especially, it's something that you can do if you aren't looking to swap to AppSwap because AppSwap is super expensive. But if you want to swap to AppSwap, then just know you got to spend a lot of money. That's it. Crit damage is OP as well, right? Yeah, it's very good. The one thing that you can do for very it's like it's a little extra, but it does give you a lot of damage. If you get this to legendary, and then you go decent sharp eyes, and you get the crit damage as well. And it's like kind of like a fake 2 line. It's a fake double prime, but it's really good because it gives you a lot of damage. But your pots are really good. I mean, everything else is just extremely expensive to do. Crit is bis. Yeah, crit is bis on marksman and bowmaster because of vicious shot. Yeah, I forgot about that. The You just want to know the next prio Fafnir versus 16 star? I mean, the thing is the Fafnir, I don't know if it's that much better, but I do know that 16 star will give you a lot more damage. That's something I will say. Uh Gunboy, okay. All right, I'm also gonna show you how to do the fucking the uh the preset. So to do the preset, let's say you look at Fafnir, right? All you gotta do is go down here and you click save preset, but I don't know if you can do it right now. Let's see. So let's say that I have 200 level. Yeah, you can save the filter right here. right? So you so that's how you do it, and then you can just save the preset that way. Star Force is traumatizing? Yeah, it's a pretty fucking bad system, but it's something that you gotta do eventually, you know? So like it does suck, but that's why once you get to where you're at right now, like the only really real way to progress is to get to do the Star Force. Yes, it does suck, but you know, the more you do it, eventually you'll at least get lucky a few times, you know? Like it's only really ass until it's not ass. Yes, yes, I agree with you. All right. Let's see what question this guy has. Can you check what it takes for me to break the 7K stat? I feel like everything expensive to roll. I don't know what would be the smartest thing to do. Yeah, let's see what you need to do. Oh, you know what else you can do is you can also, if you haven't worked on the NFT collection, you can get the NFT collection up a little bit. It doesn't cost that much to get it to 15. That's something you can consider doing as well. Let's see. Dude, your gear is actually kind of cracked, no? Wait, you're a Corsair, right? Why is this strength? Wait, wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, I'm actually genuinely confused. Does it actually work though? Like, does it actually like swap it over? Like it works that way? Like it's completely fine? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I didn't know that it worked. Like, is it like fine to do it that way? Like, is it like the same conversion as if you were just to go pure dex? That's what I'm asking. Because I don't know how it's calculated. I just I know that they have a link skill. I just don't know if it's the correct way to go about it. That's the only thing I'm trying to say. Yeah, all change that weapon. Okay. Okay. You say you're having trouble breaking 7K stat. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't 100% know how that skill works, but to me, if that's how it works, then I mean, you have some dex and strength lines that makes it kind of like wonky, you know? I see. I see. I mean, I could tell you like, let's see what gains you can make. I'm kind of confused about like, doing it through the stat way, but what I can tell you is some of the things that you can work on are getting your gear. I mean, your pots are actually not that bad, you know. If the pot works the way that it does, then your next gain, like I wouldn't really focus on the stat portion too much, right? So for example, right, my character actually has way less stat than a lot of people's character, but I can solo Lotus and Damien. And the reason for that is because my Star Force is really good, and also I have like attack lines, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about stat. What I would worry about next is, since your pots are actually in a good spot, like you could fix the B pot on some of the stuff, right? I would focus more on Star Forcing right now. Like this is the point of the game where I usually tell people to Star Force. So I would start Star Forcing the Dominator, the uh the earring, and then the belt. That's like the items you're gonna keep forever anyways. And then you can also decide to do the Von Leon stuff that you have. Now, in terms of like your pots are actually good. If it's the way that you're saying that works, I don't actually know. I'm assuming that it works the way I don't know because I don't play Corsair. But I would then work on getting the real 3 on after you started 16, 17 starring everything else. Always, always, always go 16 star. The 15 star doesn't really give you much. The reason why you go 16 star is because you start getting some flat attack. The flat attack gives you a ton of damage. So, I mean, I think that if you are at 15 star, you might as well go 17. But it does cost a lot of money. So just get everything to 16 star first and then eventually work to 17 star. The the usually when people are at, like they have good pots and they're asking why they're so weak, it's usually because they have no Star Force. It can only well, it can start breaking at anything after 12 stars, but I would only safeguard at 15 to 17 star basically because you just want the 17 star. The 17 star is really when I would say it's like not, end game, but if you are in the late slash end game, all of your shit is at least 17 star. You know what I mean? And right now with where your items are at, it's like your pots are good. Your next progression is the 16, 17 star. And then after that, you can rework on all the pots to legendary and get them to real three line of your stat. And the other thing that I would consider doing as well is change the gloves to get it instead of the stat line. you know, if you want to be very optimal, then get this to legendary and get the fake tool double prime, which is the decent sharp eyes, and get the crit damage glove. So I'll show you what I have, and it's kind of something that I see almost every single endgame player have is the fake two line basically, which is decent sharp eyes and the crit damage. So that's something that you can also work on. I mean, then the CRAs, I mean, that just comes over time. Like, I can't really say when is a good time to do that. It's just over time. But other than that, it's just everything 16, 17 star. That's really what you're missing. You are very close to being able to solo it. Oh, I also your IED is very low too. Let me see. Why is your IED so low? Yeah, so the other thing is your IED is also very low. And the only easy way to fix it, like doing the weapon is probably too expensive. 83 on hyper. Oh, okay. I mean, that's fine for now. Usually you want a little bit more to be able to do the bosses more comfortably. 83, you can for sure do the bosses as it is right now. Um, but it's something that you also got to think about is to somehow get one more line. Um, something if you okay, this is like, something that you can do is if you have like a friend and they have like a 180 or 190 if they have like a 190 paladin or bishop, you can just ask them to come in the run with you and then just ask them to debuff them. It's actually not expensive to do that. You just need a friend to do that for you. But that's something you can do as well. Is you just get like a mule. I actually asked my friends to do this for me. So if you need a little bit more stats, that's something you can do as well. Or you can find someone to trade that with too. Like, let's say like you find someone that needs a like a mule trade. You can trade mules with them basically in the runs, right? I'm gonna move on now. Let's see. Uh, Fuck. Who's next? Okay, Doom Zero. I think that trading mules is actually a pretty good strat right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think that if you can, you should just trade a mule with someone because you need the link skill anyways, right? So if you have like a extra level 200, like it's not an easy thing to ask, you know what I mean? But there is value in having like a level 200 bishop on your account because you could trade mules, that's one thing. And then also the other thing is it counts for your link and legion. So like there's a lot of value in that. But I understand it's not for everyone. It is for people that are trying to, get a little bit more ID in a different way. And it's hard to find like another person to do it with as well. But if you can do that, then it's something that you can consider. Yeah. No, yeah, yeah, yeah. Do the belt dominator earring to 16 and then double prime the yeah, exactly. That's something you can do. Okay, for this guy, I would first get the sub weapon. That's probably the most important thing. I mean, your pots are fine. Okay, what I would do is get the sub weapon get the sub weapon first. That's your most important thing. And then get the emblem. Those are the two things I would focus on first because you already have a lot of gear. I would focus on getting like the stuff that is like very permanent, right? Which is the secondary and the emblem. So that's what I would do first. And then once you get that, get it to unique or get it to unique or epic, and then get the rest of your gear. I mean, you're a really high level, so I would really just focus on the sub weapon and the emblem, and then you're having a hard time training is probably because you just need more gear and get it to a more usable spot. So get the rest of your accessories, get it to. I mean, like you already have pretty decent pots on some of the stuff, but yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that you want to be able to one shot, so that's like probably the most important thing for you. Is the sub weapon, the emblem. Okay, moving on. Let's see, Chickle, Chickle. What should I do? You're new to Maple? Okay. I mean, for now, I think the biggest thing is try to level up as much as possible so you can start doing the harder bosses, right? Because right now, the bosses that you do, they don't really need a paladin, even if you're like not funded that much, you know? So try to get to like 190, 195, but I'll just look at your gear right now. Okay, so right now we have full Von Leon, which is good, but we just need to start getting some potentials on everything, right? So you have some Star Force, but just potential every single piece of equipment that you have right now. Try to get it to 3% of your stat, at least for the armor. Now for the weapon, just try to get 6% attack. So try to get it to epic 6% attack, and then the B pot get it to 3% attack. And then once you're done doing all that, pick up the sub weapon and then get some accessories. So those are pretty easy things you can do. But right now, you just need to pot everything and then get the sub weapon. Move on now. Let's see. Do Squidward. We got 1K budget 1K. I mean, that's a pretty good amount to work with. Let's see what we got going on. 83 IED, 4.3K dex, 1K to spend. Okay. How much is it for a B pot right now for a yeah, I'll do yours next. I might have missed you. Yeah, I missed you. I'll do yours next. it's it it's hard to keep track of it, you know. I think I need like a queue thing or something. Okay. Something easy that you can probably work on is just fixing the BPON on this. The BPON on this is pretty useless on you. So uh just get this to Epic and get it to like your item right here. But the next thing I would also consider doing is I'm gonna check the price on the enhancements for the CRA real quick. At least for the top and the bottom for the cold cubes. Oh, okay. Honestly, the CRAs are just fucking expensive to enhance, but something you want to work on eventually. Just you don't have to do it right now. The other thing I would consider doing is thinking about swapping off of the bow and going Fafnir instead. Because right now, the main benefit that you have from the bow is that you have some IED on it, right? But actually, the B pot on this isn't that good. So it's not like really, if you switch to the Fafnir at like 5 stars is probably better than what you have right now if you were able to get an IED line on the secondary. 'Cause your secondary is actually not that good in terms of the pot. Right now, you really need some more boss damage lines. So the most optimal pot that you would be able to get on this is something like boss IED, and that's something that you're kind of fishing for. But right now, what you really want on this is 3 line usable, and then once you get 3 line usable, you can swap off of the Von Leon bow. But other than that, it's You probably want to get this pot different too. This pot is not good. You just get crit damage instead. The crit damage one is way better than 18% dex. But actually, you can probably keep this for now until you get your crit rate up. Your crit rate isn't that great. Um, but your other thing that you'll probably want to get is try to get some crit rate on your inner ability. I'm pretty sure you've been rolling that every day, but I mean that's very important for where you're at. But I'm looking at the rest of your gear now. Okay. So the gear that is at like rare still, get it to epic. You know, like your belt, your earrings, get it to epic. And then for your B pots, right? All your B pots or some of your B pots, they're not very good. To get all of your B pots to like 2% dex or 10 attack. Yeah. So fix your B pots. And then once your B pots are fixed and your pots are fixed, that and you know you have the secondary and the weapon, like you get the Fafnir weapon and the secondary. Push your accessories to unique two line, and then get all of your gear to 16 star. Yeah, that's what I would do. But right now it's like yeah, right now it's you're just missing a lot of crit rate and it's hard to get it on right now. So I mean, that just comes over time, you know. You can't really buy your way there. You can re-roll the B pot with 9% attack and also some crit rate, but it doesn't really, you know, I don't know if it's really worth doing that, but it's something you can do too. The crit rate, it's definitely worth a lot of damage. It just takes time to get it, especially on a class like BM. All right. I'll do the next man. I'll answer this question too. Let's see. Yeah, no problem, no problem. I mean, with 1K, you can do a lot with that, though. You can do a lot with that. Do you think a Necro set is still reasonable to buy? I personally feel like you should just go Von Leon because like the price difference in terms of enhancement isn't really that much of a difference. And also you just get like a way more optimal like item in the long run. Before I would tell people like it's fine to go Necro because the pace of the game was a lot slower back then. And also at the same time, the enhancement cost for Von Leon was very ridiculous because no one can afford the Fafnir, right? But nowadays it's very cheap to get the CRA and the Fafnir, but it's expensive to enhance. So there are people that are, rather than spending money on Von Leon, they just go Fafnir right away and then just spend money on it. But yeah, just summarize, just fucking buy the Von Leon if you can. Let's see, what did you want? Let's see if you guys review the gear. 206 marksman. You probably want to change your inner ability. This inner ability is not the most optimal, but you just gotta do it over time. Yes, load up 50 rolls, hit legendary in the B pot Fafnir. That's fucking crazy. But see the estimated cost to see how much it would take to go to two-line magic attack. Then determine if that's something that you want to do. But that's like a really big gain. Okay, so for you, I would start working on the secondary. This thing is not really that good at all. Get it to epic 6%, and then the B pot 3%. And then get all of your pots on like let's say the shoulder and the boss accessory. Try to get it to 3% dex. I mean, yeah, just get it to 3% dex, and the B pot get it to like 2% dex. And then the next thing that you should probably think about doing is swapping off of the Unchained, and then think about going Von Leon, because right now you already have the cape, but the Von Leon is, in my opinion, like way better than the Unchained. So that's something I would consider doing. And then the next thing you want to do is just get the rest of your accessories and the emblem. The emblem is like probably your one of the things that you want to pick up the most, but yes, of course, it's very expensive to do. All right. Let's see. Do we got anyone else in line? I think we got everyone. Cool. Oh, all right, guys. Let's see. All right, so I think I want to show one thing, which is let's see if I can find it. All right, here we go. See if I can find the link though. Okay, so the thing I want to show you guys is this. So this is kind of like a section in the article that was written recently. It's something that they're trying to do. So they said they're trying to basically extract all of the fun components inside of the game, and then they're gonna make it into like a mobile slash web environment, right? To have a more relaxed relationship with the core game. And I think this is actually something that is very smart for them to do, right? Because right now there's like a really big barrier to entry to even play the game, right? Because you have to grind, you have to boss, you have to do all of these things, right? That I think that for the there's a very big portion of people out there that don't really like to grind, right? Like for me, I don't mind grinding. I don't think it's that bad, but I have a lot of friends that don't like to grind, but they want to play the game. So, doing something like this is very smart. But I think that what it's gonna turn into kind of is kind of like an idle game, you know? Like, you know how you guys like like right now there's a lot of games out there that are like kind of like idle games, and they basically become like a thing where you just claim and every night, and then maybe in the morning or something like that, you guys would do like the main content in the idle game, right? Like, which is like some sort of battling system or whatever like that. So I think that they're trying to turn it into something like this. But maybe once or twice a week you can maybe grind for 30 minutes and then do some bosses, right? I think this is a very good thing, and it's something that they're trying to develop over, the next year or so. So I think it's a pretty good thing though. Right now there's a lot of degens and a lot of money sitting on the side that could potentially play this game if it were to be more accessible. Let's see. It's 18 boss, 6. I mean, that's good enough. I would just keep that for now, KB. Um, the only way to really tell if it's like worth re-rolling is just to do the math yourself. It's probably like a 2 FD difference, maybe 2 to 3 FD difference. Not a very big difference, in my opinion. I thinking to make a little item to my meal. Should I go full Von Leon or 3 Necromancer set with Vellum hat and Balrog shoes? I mean, for me personally, I almost always think it's worth it to just go Von Leon these days, just because it's way more future proof. It's probably also like, I actually don't know the resale value on the 17-star Von Leon, but regardless, like the Von Leon will give you more damage. But this is a mule, so like you have to consider like what are you trying to push for, right? Like if you're just trying to do like the daily bosses, then maybe the 3 to 6 set, or the Vellum hat and then the Balrog shoes is maybe good enough. But it just depends on what bosses you're trying to do. But for me, I would almost always just go Von Leon if I could. I mean, like these days, the Von Leon is way cheaper to enhance because a lot of people before, right? They would enhance the Von Leon, but they've all started to move, or a lot of them that were willing to spend money on the Von Leon, right? They moved on to doing the CRAs instead. So then the Von Leon in return is like way more affordable now. I don't know. I think that you guys should just go Von Leon. It's good enough to, because like let's say the main benefit of going Von Leon, right? It isn't the potentials that it gets. It's the fact that you can go 17-star on it. It's the fact that you can push it to 20 stars if you want to. There are people like if you're looking at some of the like for example, I don't know if you guys know what keto is, but all of his alt, they basically can do duo or trio Lotus and Damien, right? And they are all just, I mean, they're juiced, don't get me wrong, but the gear that he has on them is good enough to be able to duo and trio Lotus and Damien, right? So as you can see, he's full Von Leon with full boss. But his Von Leon is super juiced. Don't get me wrong, it's very cracked. But this is something that for an example you can build towards and get to a point where you can do all the content in the game, right? Like his gear is good, don't get me wrong, but like it's just an example of the potential that Von Leon can get to, where you're able to, duo Lotus and Damien. I bought Von Leon stuff at 900k, 1 mil each, but now the floor is like 60% less. Yeah, the floor has dropped a lot because the demand isn't as high for those items, and also because there's more supply in the wild now. Well, I mean, like the even though you bought it at that price, I don't really think it's like a waste of money because like they're items you're probably gonna use forever anyway. I mean, not forever, but like you're gonna use them for a long time. Also, the other benefit of going Von Leon is like the next set of upgrades, in my opinion, are gonna be like the Absolop stuff, right? And Absolop is so expensive to the point where it's like not affordable for a lot of players that upgrading the Von Leon to 16, 17 star is not even a bad idea because you can use those items until Absolop becomes more affordable or you're at a point in the game where it makes sense to upgrade. But for the majority of players, like it doesn't make sense to upgrade to Absolop. Also, we got boss resets today, so maybe I'll do a little bit of bossing at the reset, just to showcase um the Shadowverse skill set. I mean, I'm so strong to the point right now where I mean doing some of the bosses is not very hard at all. And then I'll also show you guys like what I get for some of the bosses. Yo, what's up, bro? How we doing today? I mean, dude, like right now, I don't even feel like it's worth training the my alt because then like there's no point of really training it. I can do all the bosses in the game. I'm just training it uh for the fucking what you call it. I was training it for the money. One tap for the 18 star. Oh wait, what did you 18 star? It's so expensive to go 18 star, bro. It's literally just a gamble. Last time I tried to go 18 star on my Dominator pennant and I blew 30 mil. So I am not doing that. For me, yeah, it's kind of waste because I'm DK at the moment and other stuff is work class, so I gotta sell the because I want to switch the job. What job do you want to switch to? And yes, Dark Knight is in a bit of a rough spot in my opinion. I mean, the thing is about Dark Knight is they have like a easier time like farming and stuff. It's just I think the resources they require is just what makes it very like kind of like a harder class to want to play. That's really the thing that is holding it back in my opinion. Is it a sure thing that Signet Signs are coming in a few weeks? I think that they are going to come either next week or the week after. Like the reason why I think that it could be next week is because the fucking check-in event should be like what it should I missed some days on this character, but like I think on my main character it's like one more week, right? So this check-in event it should end and then we need like another event. And then it could be the end of the or the third week because I mean honestly I don't think it should be I think it should be next week. But if it's not, then like they've been fucking lagging on it, right? Like we haven't had any content updates at all. I'm not really sure about the job. I'm new to the game. Do you have any recommendation? I'm just waiting for the patch slash balancing. I mean, if you want like the easiest transition to a class that is going to be very like future proof and that's very good, even if I mean I don't think they're gonna get nerfed because they're not very OP. They're just good. Like they're just a good support class. I would consider swapping to Paladin. But you know, like the thing is, it is a support class, and they're not gonna do as much damage like in a solo boss. But like the resources they give to the party, and you're gonna be able, like especially as a free to play player, right? You're gonna be able to get into parties easier because you're a support class. Or you can wait for the new class to come out. You can also consider swapping to Dawn Warrior. Dawn Warrior was actually the class that I mained inside of GMS, and I think that class is probably gonna be like at least they'll be like at least like an A tier class. I think they're gonna be very good. In my opinion, they have potential to become A plus or S tier class depending on you know what kind of buffs and nerfs that classes receive inside of the game currently. Do you think they'll nerf Shadower? I think that if they were to nerf them, they won't like take away like core mechanics inside of their skill. It'll probably be like a damage nerf or something like that, you know? But like I don't even think that Shadowers need a nerf because like yes, they are strong, but you know, there are classes that should be strong inside of the game. You're following the Jesus Martinez, and the guy said, "Get the Dark Knight. It is the best." And I fell for that. I was new to the game. Yeah. Honestly, unfortunately, you had to go through that, but like that guy definitely didn't give you the right advice, in my opinion. Because like the thing is, like Dark Knight isn't a bad class. It just, you know, I'm just telling you from a long-term perspective that they do need way more resources than a lot of other classes, you know? At least I think Dawnware is the best warrior for now. I think that when Dawnware comes out, it'll probably be very it'll be like at least I think they might be the best warrior. I don't know if they'll be better than Paladin, but if they do decent damage, they could be better than Paladin. Most people don't know what they are talking about when it comes to Maple N. Yeah, I think that you have to have a good understanding of like just MapleStory in general, and there are a lot of people that don't really. I mean, I think I give pretty decent, solid advice, but like you know, my advice isn't perfect by any means as well. I just give you what I think is best, but at the end of the day, you should try to figure out you know what is good doing your own research as well, you know. What's the staking tease? It's not really like staking, but they did discuss that they want to add like a a meta play layer to the game, and it's basically just they're basically gonna turn it into like a idle slash management game, but you also have the option to be able to play the game like as it is right now. But it just makes it so that the barrier to entry is easier for people to get into the game, because I know that there are people that want to play the game, you know, they just don't want to grind. Can you please show your inner ability and hyperstat, please? I'm also Shadower about 150. Yeah, I can show you my hyperstat and stuff like that, but it's not going to be like the exact best to um you know, for your specific scenario because I have different items than you. And also my hyperstat, my legendary ability is actually not really that good at all. Yes, they want to add something like that, but it's not gonna be like as OP as you think it is, right? It's not gonna be like, oh, you know, it's not gonna be like I make like 5% in a night or something like that. It's gonna be very slow, but they want it to be where it's like very like accessible for everyone to play it. I know they do that for mobile ones, but it's such a bad idea. I mean, they're gonna balance it in a way where it makes sense, you know. But the thing is, right now there are a lot of games where people don't have the time to grind, right? Because the thing is, the barrier to entry to play this game is very high. Like think about all the people that want to play this game, but they don't want to grind, right? Or they don't want to learn how to do bosses. They just want to make it to a point where it's like you have a sense of progression. Yes, you can maybe I don't know if it's gonna be staking, but you can, make your character idle, and then you get like maybe like 100K in the night or something like that. In normal people, you can AFK for HP during every major event. Exactly. It's gonna be something like that where it's very slow. Like it's not OP by any means, It's gonna be very, very slow. It's just for people to just progress. You can just buy characters. Okay, I want to show you an example, right? So let's say you yes, you can buy characters, but later on down in the line, there's gonna be more progression layer systems that make it makes more sense to not really buy characters, right? For example, like right now, there's no arcane power or arcane force in the game. Like when they come out with those systems inside the game, right? You can it makes more sense to be able to progress your main than to buy a completely new character because the arcane force or arcane power is too expensive to get. And another thing is, nodes inside the game too, right? Like you invest a lot into nodes inside of the game, like for your fit job advancement, and it makes more sense for you to just progress your main character than to just buy a whole new character. Right now, yes, it does make more sense to just buy a whole new character if you're lazy as fuck to train, but it won't be the case later down in the line. Like I know you might not think it's a good idea, but it's something that is potentially a good idea. I don't know if it's a good idea either, but it's something that they're already saying they're gonna do, and like it's not really as OP as you think it is. If you AFK in Mulan, you can do it now. I don't know if you can do it right now. I mean, I can check, but I know that they have an AFK thing inside of the real game, but it's really not as OP as you think it is. It's like you get maybe like 10% at most in like at level 180 in like 12 hours or some shit like that. Okay, I don't even think they have the fucking thing in this game. But yes, you could do that in GMS, but it's really not that OP. Like I'm telling you that right now. It only really makes sense though when more progression stuff comes out, like Fifth Job and all those things. Did I buy like a Von Leon set with Factory Weapon for Warrior? I think that if you are trying to prep for Dawn Warrior, it's not the worst idea. I'm playing Ain, or whatever. The thing is, I think Dawn Warrior is going to be a very popular class, but you also have to think, you also have to think about if other people are gonna swap over to that class as well. I know some people are waiting for Dawnware to come out to play that class, but I don't know if it's gonna be like a lot of people that are gonna swap over to that class, if that makes sense. Because it's starting a completely new character, unless that's something they were initially on planning doing anyways. Now there might be some new players that do come in to play that class, but I don't think it's gonna be a huge influx as to when Fit Job comes out. I think when Fit Job comes out, you're gonna see a lot of people come back and play the game. Yeah, this is actually my mule. This is not my main character. Because then I'm doing a two main meta. They'll give you a Mulong ticket after you complete Mulong. Are you talking about like a quest or something? I mean, I don't even know if it's that OP, but I mean, if it gives you like a AFK event, then you can do that. Two main meta is basically the items they unlock every 10 days, so you can double up on bosses a few times a month. Like so, sometimes you can do like I think that the average is around like 1.7 boss runs. Very little XP, but good enough. I mean, yeah, if it's good enough, then that's something you can do. I didn't even know that was in this game. I'm not gonna lie. For me, I usually just grind, honestly. Yes, you just do that every 10 days. I only really recommend doing though if you are really just as strong as you're either duoing Lotus and Damien, or you can solo Lotus and Damien. I don't think it's really worth it if you're trioing. That's just my opinion though. My friend got yesterday for a complete 15 or 18 floor, or it is, let me see, 3 hour AFK XP coupon. It gets him like 40k XP per 1 second. How much is that inside of 1 second? That sounds kind of strong though. Wait, so you get it from doing Mulong Dojo, or is it like a Mulong like Mulan quest line. I don't actually know what it is, but oh, EXP is based on level. I mean, I might try it out. If it's good, then I'll tell people about it. But do you get it on Mulan Dojo or do you get it from Mulan Questline? Because if Mulan Questline, I'm probably not gonna do that. How much Nesu do you normally farm? Well, for my map right now, I make about 320k an hour, something like that. Oh, it's Dojo? Okay. I've done Dojo on my main, like, and I've never seen it, but I probably just didn't pay attention to it. I also really don't want to run Dojo on my mule. I don't even like doing Dojo as a content, honestly. But if it's you don't think you can make 320k? I mean, I full clear the map. I mean, I'll even do let's see. I'll do a BA right now. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you get a little bit of XP, but I don't know if it's a good amount of XP. Oh, okay. All right, we'll do a 1 minute BA, and I'll try to determine the cost, how much money I make. 156 mobs on this map per what? Per hour? I'm gonna do a. I mean, the most accurate way is to do a 15-minute BA. So okay, I have no money now. Yeah, I'll help you after I do this BA. I mean, you're getting 155, 156. You're probably not full clearing, because I'm pretty sure I'm getting way more than 156. The full clearing matters a lot. Oh yeah. I mean, that's probably why. I mean, I don't know if I make a 320k, but I'm probably pretty sure I make around that much. All right, let's just say I make like 200, right? I'm gonna collect the rest of the money. I made okay. Let's just say 5.9 5900. Is that 5.9k, right? Times 60. Yeah, that's like three. That's like 350k. Yeah, it definitely make over 300k. Yeah, so like 320k because sometimes I don't full clear because I'm lazy. But you know, I'm just showing you an example. It's definitely over 300k. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it is a class diff though, you know. Let's see. Can you give me your IGN? I can help you. Check TV. Honestly, I feel like DK don't really got good farming though, you know. So can't really do much about that. Oh no, I was talking about other mans, but you want a gear review? I can do a gear review for you too. What you got? Holy Lance. I feel like I might have seen your shit your stuff somewhere. Why don't you have an if ring? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, farming. They get better later on down the line. Your gear's pretty good actually. Oh, okay, okay. Makes sense. You know, one thing that you can potentially look to do is get like a flamed BBM. Gives you some pretty decent damage, and some of them aren't really that expensive. Oh yeah, yeah, flamed holy cup. Not a BBM holy cup. I mean, yours pretty good. You just need to like push everything more, but I mean that comes with time. And then you also got to get some 17 stars. You got no 17 stars on the belt. How many flame coupon have you farmed so far? Um, wait, where's this other fucking man's? Did you not want a gear review? Yeah, well, I'm moving on if you're not here still. I'll show you all my flamed items. I flamed, dude. I swear to God, I've used at least like 5 flames on my weapon, and it's so fucking ass still. I just got so frustrated. I stopped flaming it. But I flamed the shoes, the pants, the cape, the top, the hat, and that's it. Yeah. Oh, and the cup. But my cup is on my main because then I transferred it at a different time. Can't get to 70 star. Oh, dude, just do the belt first because then the belt is more affordable. I wouldn't do the Fafnir's. It's way too expensive. Oh, so it's not that rare? No, so the thing is, um, you farm a lot because I farm maybe 4 to 6 hours a day, and sometimes I would get like 1 flame. Maybe I average around 1 through 2 flames from farming a week, right? And that's from farming for 4 to 6 hours a day, and that shit adds up, because you could do all of your equipment. But on top of that, you also get flames from bossing, and maybe you get 1 flame from a boss every 2 to 3 weeks or so. You know what I mean? 2 to 3 weeks. So, I'm doubling up now on the bosses as well. So maybe I make maybe 1 flame a week or something from a boss. Maybe once every 2 weeks. I don't know. It just depends, at the end of the day. No, it's only from weekly bosses. Weekly bosses only. But I also am doubling up on doing the flame dailies, not only on this character, but also on my main. So then I also make two one, it's basically averages out to 1 flame a week for my main and the mule. So, it all adds up over a long period of time. But you know, I have gotten a pretty good amount of flames. It's just the one that is has fucked me the most is doing the weapon. But right now I'm just doing the rest of my equipment, then I'm gonna rework on the weapon. Why flame do you recommend? I heard a lot of people say, yeah, just use the red flame. The reason for that is because the way that the eternal flame works is like you get a higher tier, but the thing is just getting, like, for example, like this cape right now, right? I get 3 attack on it, which isn't that much, right? But just getting all of your shit, like with a really shitty flame, is better than getting on one thing with a flame that might not even work out. You know what I mean? So like you just get everything with something, and then you rework on it like over time slowly. Yeah, so that's just why it's better to use a red flame. And you really only want to use the eternal flame when you're like trying to min max, like either trying to get a T7 flame, which is like the highest tier flame, or you're trying to get like higher odds of hitting like a good flame. That's basically it. But it's really not worth it in my opinion. Wait, check. Didn't you want a gear review? What's your IGN? You said you had like, oh sorry. You said you had like $100 to spend, right? Did I miss you putting your IGN? I've heard 2 people say last patch shadow boosted flame drops. Oh, are you talking about the most recent one? The one that fucking like had no patch notes at all? Because that was, I mean, that, what the fuck was that patch, right? Oh, I mean, that's pretty cool if it did, Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. I mean, like, I don't know why they just didn't fucking put out the patch notes. That just made very little sense, right? They should have just put something out. Like, I don't get it. But it was a weird time to put out a patch, right? Like on the at the beginning of the week. Usually they don't do that. They usually do like a patch like right when the weekly reset happened. So I thought that there would be something today, but there's nothing today. So we're basically not gonna get anything this week. I'm kind of scared investing in Von Leon set plus Fafnir weapon for Dawn Warrior when they release it, because what if they release other class instead? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, I see. So you're scared that they're not gonna release the Cygnus Knight, right? They're gonna release another set of classes instead of Cygnus Knight. I mean, the thing is, you could be right about that. You know what I mean? You could be right about that, but the reason why I feel like if I were to make a bet, it would be Signal Sign is because right now all the items inside of the game, right? They it would work even if Signal Signs are inside of the game because they reuse some of the weapons inside of like the current game already, you know? So I don't think that they would release like a different whole set of classes instead of Signal Signs. And also, you know, we're going by like the game timeline, then Signal Signs should be the ones that come out first. Well, I mean, I could be wrong. It's just like if I were to make a bet, it would be on Cygnus Knight. Yeah, I do play this game for fun. You know, like if one day it gets to a point where like it's popular enough and I could make money, then yeah, I make money at the same time. But for now, I'm just playing for fun because I mean, you definitely don't play this game to make money right now, right, guys? Let's see. You heard Cygnus Knight's coming out in August. I think that right now, in terms of updates, they said they're doing these few specific things, right? So the specific things are class balancing. The next thing is also new classes and then update into different systems. So it's gonna be Legion, and then they're gonna buff the NFT collection. So those are the four things, you know. So those are the four things that they're gonna do, but I don't know what timeline they're gonna do it, you know. How do you not care about your items losing value? Are you rich IRL? I mean, I'm not rich, but I mean, I'm in a comfortable spot because I made a lot of money off crypto, but I've cashed out most of my money. So for me, this is like a two-sided thing. Like I'm not only thinking that this game is for fun, but I'm thinking that maybe there is a future down the line where it could potentially be something very big, right? Because right now it's clearly not. So you're not betting on the game right now. You're betting on what it can potentially be. But I'm also playing it for fun because I do find the game to be fun to play. I'm lucky I only have 3K looking at a release month. Prices have tanked so hard. Yeah. The thing is, I actually think right now, if you were trying to play this game, like, just to bet on it in the future and, to play for fun, I think right now is honestly one of the better times to play the game than at the launch, right? Because even if you played, like, let's say you played at the time when everything was, you were able to make a lot of money, right? Like the amount you had to have spent to get there would have been so much, and you probably wouldn't have broken even, or you would have had to sell your account to break even or make some money. So I think right now, if you are, you know, interested in playing the game and you can potentially see a future, then it's probably a better idea to invest now than to invest when the game gets like some updates, which can cause people to want to play the game, right? When right now the sentiment is also very low in this game. It's gotten better, it's gotten better over the past week, in my opinion, because they have started to address the botting issue. I think that's like was one of the biggest complaints, at least that I've seen, and they've gotten it down to a point where it's not 100%, but it's maybe like from what I've seen, maybe 40 to 50% better, which is huge. At least from what I've read on Twitter and stuff, like people say they don't run into bots anymore at the lower level areas, and I mean that's a good change. They're doing what needs to be done to make the game better. Yeah, exactly. So now the game is in a better spot in terms of making it more fair. Now we just need like content and shit to make the game better. And there are certain mechanics inside the game that I'm still not a fan of. Like, the enhancement system inside this game it's not really great, honestly. But I don't know if they'll get better over time, or this is what they're gonna keep it forever. I just know that it's not very fun to deal with, but I just deal with it because it's part of the game mechanic. Wire Fafnir weapons are more expensive on the marketplace than what it costs to buy the usual pieces on the market. Because some of the Fafnir pieces are sold out of the shop. So then you can't even buy that Fafnir weapon anymore unless it gets refilled. So then right now I believe that the mage items and then the what you call it, the fucking dagger is it's out of the shop right now. Somebody spent 600 black cubes, no legendary. Yeah, I mean you can just get fucked by RNG. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I think also more people learn that NFTs aren't monkey JPEGs and crypto isn't sketchy. Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things that could happen for this game is if we get some sort of legal legislation done, even if it's in Korea, because it legitimizes the game more. Pretty sure Fafnir pieces are going for 40 to 50% discount for cubed ones. Yeah, I mean, right now you want like a legendary Fafnir weapon. It costs so much fucking money to make it yourself. I mean, the odds of that happening are very, very low. It's probably low, like at least like a fucking 0.001% chance or something. I mean, it's not impossible, but like it's very unlikely. That's it. I mean, that's never happened to me. The most I've done is maybe like 300 cubes or something like that. Like that's like you might like you're so unlucky to the point you might as well buy a lottery ticket. Maybe you can get lucky. Use all your luck back. 300 cube legend lucky man. No, I mean that's like the worst. The thing is, I always whenever I cube anything, I'm always like, okay, the average is 100, right? But I always account that I'm gonna double up on that, so it's gonna be for me, I always think it's gonna be at least 200. Yes, yeah. I mean, you go full absolute, it's super expensive, right? Let's see how much it costs right now. I mean, the red is cheap comparatively, right? The black is pretty much almost always close to a mil. But people usually wait for this to go down to like 500 before they slam it. Oh yeah, I'm not even full app, so I'm not even, dude. I don't even think the glove is worth doing because think about how much money it takes to do the glove. Because then right now my gloves are actually pretty good, but then the 4 cent Apso, it only gives you 10 IED, so like I don't even think that's worth it. Can't wait to do arcane dailies and weeklies for 0.5 chance to enter the roast. Hey, at least we have fifth job though. You know what I mean? That'd be so fucking foul though if they made the weeklies a fucking raffle with a 0.5% chance. I'd be so sad. But honestly, you're kind of right that they do like the weeklies or the dailies or whatever. They're probably making a raffle system. That'd be kind of annoying though. I feel like there should be progression systems inside this game. Actually, the nodes are a progression system, but I think that also arcane symbols are a progression system. I think that's probably the thing that's going to be guaranteed to be given out to players. Can you show the enhancement cost for Fafnir weapon and equipment, please? On top of a potential rolling, does black cubes really? Yes, yes. Black cubes have a much higher chance of tearing up than the red cubes. So you always want to do the black ones to tear up. So the pots, 1 mil for the reds, 1.7 for the blacks, 600 for the B pot. Actually, right now, the the black cubes have been extremely consistent at this range. Pretty much when it gets to 1.5, it always gets like used. So like, I mean, that's like just like what people are doing the enhancement cost at. Yes, yes. I mean, the Fafnir is very expensive to do. It's really good, but damn, that shit is not very fun to do at all. Like for me, I got pretty lucky because I bought my equipment all done, right? Yes, it was very expensive, but I also sold my old equipment, right? So my old dagger was I sold it for 200 mil, and this one I bought for 450. So at the end of the day, I only spent 200 mil for a 16 star with perfect potentials, and then the B pot is like good, like it's very good, right? I think that's a pretty fucking good deal for how much it costs to actually get your shit all to legendary right now. What's your thoughts on Falcon Gear versus Royal Von Leon now? I still think you should go Von Leon. The reason why is because Von Leon, at least it's way easier to swap off than doing the Cygnus. And also, yes, the fact that for whatever reason it costs way more to enhance the Cygnus set. So I think the Von Leon is the way to go, because the benefit of going the Cygnus set is if you push all your shit to 21 star, right? Because at 20 stars, the Von Leon is still very comparable to the Cygnus set. Yes, of course it is better to go the Cygnus set, but that when you do the cost analysis, then yeah, it's way better to do the Von Leon in my opinion. Like you're gonna spend like a fuck ton of money, like spend it on like shit that lasts forever, right? Like the Dominator pendant, the pink bean belt, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up? How we doing? How we doing? How many hour? Oh, for 1 hour I make about 320k mesos. Yo. I'm pretty sure I've seen you in this map like a few times before. So I'll buy Von Leon. I personally feel like you should buy Von Leon. I think it's like I think it's personally better to go this that build than to go the Cygnus build. The Cygnus build is too expensive to enhance, If it was like cheaper to enhance, then I can consider it, but fucking not really worth it in my opinion. You train it every day. I mean, you're pretty good level, Anyone that's around level 210 is they got to do some grinding to get there, and especially as a Dark Knight. You're thinking about switching over to Von Leon. I mean, I think like right now, almost every single player could just go Von Leon. Like before, it made sense to maybe go Necro, but the cost of buying a Von Leon is pretty comparable to the Necro now. Like yes, the Necro might be cheaper by whatever amount, but the enhancement cost is relatively similar in terms of price as well. So it's like you might as well just go the fucking Von Leon. Like you get a pretty good, like I think that is like what I would consider like the standard build for the majority of people. I have 7 mil. Is it worth to go Fafnir or Von Leon? I mean, 7 mil, you don't really get too much, because the thing is the Fafnir is way more than 7 mil, you know what I mean? I'm still seeing top Mulan people rocking Von Leon Poison. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't really need. I mean, the thing is, you're trying to do shit like me, right? Like you're trying to solo the bosses, and you're trying to be like super hyper like hardcore and stuff like that. Then yeah, like you want the shit that I have. But if you're trying to like just play like in a party, then you don't need all the stuff that I have. Let's see, the same costs flex. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like the same thing for the Necro and the fucking Von Leon. You know what I mean? And exactly, yes, King is right. The Von Leon gear is good enough that when Fit Job comes out, you can clear so much content still. Like you don't need what I have. It's like really what I have is just very like premium. I like the premium shit, because then I spend a lot of money. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I like doing like the hardcore stuff, That's just how I enjoy the game. But you want to get there, and you just gotta spend a lot of money. Would you recommend me to sell my Buccaneer 13k star? Oh, whoa. I would for now, I would just stay with the Buck and see how bad the nerfs for the Corsairs are, I wouldn't do it right now, because I think that the Corsair nerf might be pretty hefty. Like, yes, they might still be very strong, but I mean, like, if you hate playing Buccaneer, then yeah, you could swap. Like you're gonna swap, do it before Fit Job comes out. You know what I mean? But in my opinion, like, like I think Buccaneer is just like a really good class to play. You don't like playing it though, then yeah, you should switch. Oh, and also, if you want to know the best class solo boss is Corsair right now, but Corsair is probably going to get nerfed, and the only reason why Corsair is is the most OP right now is because they do an insane amount of damage. You know, it's not because anything else. It's just their damage is crazy. Well, they also have like a relatively decent kit in terms of like they can attack Damien in the air and shit like that. You know. Yes, exactly. I think Buccaneer is a very very good class. I think it's just right now a lot of people don't like to play it because their training is kind of ass, and I do agree with that. Their training is not very good. Night Lord is good. No, I don't think that class is good, and you can see a lot of people say that too. So I wouldn't play that class right now. But if you want to invest in it when Fit Job comes out, then yes, very good, very good. Is Bishop's Fit Job good? Yes, it's extremely good. Fit Job, in my opinion, makes Bishop like you don't have a Bishop in your party. Like it's like the run is just very hard. Can you show current raffles before reset? I mean, yeah. Show it. The bro, Buck players on GMS don't train. They're Lord of the Deep one shot. Dude, I mean, like the fucking class seems so chill to play in GMS, right? Because then you don't have to fucking what you call it, like with the way that the air does shit works. Yeah, it's super chill. Okay, I made some Damien, made some money. I got a shoulder. Hey, I haven't won one of these yet, guys. I've been in at least 5 of these raffles. So, 1 in 5 chance, right? It's 20% chance for me to win this shit. This is my time, right? I should win this 50 mil. Bro, you're lucky. You're lucky, bro. I have not won that shit once. We're getting a 50% chance to hit the pants. Maybe we're getting the helmet for sure. This is probably going to the NFT collection. All Florin. I mean, I got some pretty good stuff, but yeah. I mean, the thing is, okay, right now, guys, I don't like my gains are very hard for me to be able to get to the next point in the game. You know what I mean? Like for me right now, the next gains is I could fix the this a little bit and then the dominator a little bit and then just pushing stars and everything. What is more future proof, IL or FP? I mean, I don't play any of those classes, so I don't know, but I think FP is supposed to be better in the future. My stat is 18k-ish. And then see with the thing. I mean, this is my stat right now. If you want to see what kind of it takes to solo Lotus and Damien. Yeah, I think King knows more than me. I don't really play mages, but I know that a lot of people say FP does good damage. They're just really hard to play. Also, in terms of like Damien, like on this character, I didn't even solo Damien. I what I do is I just have my friend play on a bishop. Like it's a bishop. I just sent him onto his account. It's like a bishop mule, and all he does is he just gives me final damage and IED, and then he just takes the balls away from me. So so you know like I'd rather just do that than having to fucking solo Damien. Solo Damien is just fucking annoying as shit. Bro, how much you spent for the endgame sets? I mean, which one are you talking about? For the Absolute stuff? I mean, I actually don't think it costs too much. Maybe the whole thing was like 1,000 something. Because the thing is, I enhanced it, but I also sold all my old equipment as well, right? Yeah, I don't know how much I spent on the whole game though. I don't know, but definitely over 5 figures. But like for now, like I don't think I have to spend any more in the game. I didn't only spend on the items as well. It's also fuck, what is it? The NFT collection. I'm 65 on the NFT collection. In the future, boxing will be party oriented and yeah, exact. Dude, that's why I'm thinking about like maybe swapping over to Nightwalker. Because like even though Nightwalker's burst isn't like insane or anything like that compared to like other classes, it's just the fact that like Shadow Wars is not as good, and I don't like the playstyle I don't like the playstyle of Night Lord. I like Nightwalker or Shadower. So those are the two classes I'm debating on. Like Shadower is way more of my playstyle for sure. but I think Nightwalker is just like a better class in the long term. But the thing is, I'm kind of nice with Shad. You know, I'm kind of nice with Shad. Like I'm not gonna lie, this my Shad is pretty good. But my Nightwalker, I mean, I'm pretty sure my Nightwalker is looks like ass compared to my Shad. Shad burst till after M3 M4. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, dude. Like I don't know. And in super long term, I think Shad is probably the best. Oh wait, why do you think that? Is it because of six job? I think six job that Shad is pretty good right now. No, well I mean like who knows when the fuck that's gonna happen? I don't know. It's still like a toss up for me right now. Like I like playing Shad, but I'm thinking about Nightwalker. Nightwalker is possible with mob and low gear. Probably not. I think Nightwalker you probably need good gear to grind in because they require their like you see like in my class at least, yeah, I have like gold explosion or something like that. The Nightwalkers they have something similar. They have their bats, and you need like pretty good bats to be able to one shot. Let's see. It becomes a 2-minute class has good support. Yeah, I think that if the 2-minute changes comes to the game early on, I don't think that it will. But if it does, I probably will just stick with Shad. But I don't know. Why do you have points on decks on your bossing hyperset? I may ask. Oh, I use a optimizer. Here, I'll show you. So we go to MapleN.gg, and then you just type in your hyperstat optimizer. This is what I did, and then it just tells me when what kind of points to put in. So this just fill this shit out on this website, MapleN.gg. I was fucking put this shit in. Let's see. You said that fit job will take a really long time. Wasn't you mentioned by devs yet? Actually, the if you look at this fucking thing, I'll find it for you. Let me go to my notifications. So if you go watch this video, this decrypt video, right? In this article, he actually mentions fifth job. So they have mentioned it. They said it's coming soon. I've also heard some leaks as well from people that have talked to Keith, and he says they're trying to target end of this year, early next year. I mean, like honestly, take that with a grain of salt. It's probably like gonna be next year, not early this year or the end of this year. But this is just what they have said in terms of like what I've heard from other people and from this video. But they have mentioned fit job at the end of this video. You want to watch it, and this is from Keith too. And this video was posted like 11 days ago, so it's actually not really super recent, but they have talked about it. Yes, Dex is a substat for my class. Yeah, it's not nothing like too crazy, but it is something that they have talked about. It's oh, it's almost reset, boys. Oh, is marksman good for solo bossing? I think they're pretty good. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. I think that they are probably the best archer. I mean, there's only one other fucking archer, but marksman is definitely the better archer out of the two. Just waiting for reset to fame you before I go. Oh, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Hey, actually, don't fame this character. Fame my main. You don't fame my main. I mean, you can fame this character, but this character is my mule. I don't really care about the fame one. Go fame someone else. You know what I mean? Like for me, I'm only playing this character. I don't even care about the EXP anymore on this character. It's just for the money. I just farm for the money while I talk to you guys. Do you think I should switch my class? I'm Nightlord 178. What I would do first is I would potentially look to you know, see if we get those class balances first. If they're good and favorable towards Nightlord, then maybe you can stay as Nightlord. But if they don't, then I would swap off. Because the thing is, you're not gonna only be playing that class that you don't like. You're gonna be stuck with it for over like a year maybe. I'm chill AF. Thanks, I appreciate it, bro. I mean, I gotta stream more. You know what I mean? which one's better in farming? Focus on main or having multi character? I mean, if you are doing what I'm doing, then it's better to multi-main, like do two mains because you make more money that way. But you can only really do that in the like later stages of the game. You know what I mean? Did you fame me? I mean, you don't gotta fame me. I appreciate it though. Later, bro. Later, bro. Have fun doing your bosses. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. If you want to play NL, you have to be a high level. Wait, why do they scale better with levels than other classes? And if you want a gear check, then yeah, I'll do a gear review for you right now. I mean, like right now, there's one player which is Chise. They are the rank 1 NL. I mean, that guy is fucking juiced, but he feels like NL is not a very strong class, and he's stronger than I am, but he can't solo Damien. The marks get 1% damage per level. Oh, I mean, dude, I think NL is definitely one of those classes that like later on they become fucking juiced. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, yeah, you're right. Like, if they get 1% per level, that's pretty good. Like, you just have to be a fucking high level. Oh shit. Yeah, if you want that gear review, then you gotta send your IGN, then I can help you with that gear. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, dude. I mean, thanks. I appreciate it, bro. I really want that 50 M's, bro. Give me that 50 M's. I mean, yeah, I don't even get the money today. I get the money next or next Saturday, I think, or next week, sometime next week. Well, it's fine, but it's gonna be a minute before I get it. Oh, hey, what? Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's in 3 days. Yeah, 3 days. Mr. No Broken. 17 Star Force Stream when? Dude, I mean, I would do it if I needed to upgrade anything else, but I don't need to upgrade anything else. You're thinking about selling Bishop, getting Shower or Marksman, focusing on farming and solo bossing. Do you think it's a good idea? Uh, I mean, if you want a solo boss, then yeah, it's not the worst idea because Bishop is not good at solo bossing. They're more party support type of class. But the main benefit of playing Bishop is if you are strong enough, then you're able to get into parties easier. That's basically it. But if you're only trying to solo boss and farm, then maybe playing a different class is better. Okay, I'm gonna do this fight's fucking gear review. What class are we? Hero. I mean, you're probably struggling a little bit right now, right? It's good. I would change the B pot on this. Get it to 6% attack. Keep that. Okay. The next thing is deciding on what kind of gear we want to go. I recommend the Von Leon, but that's like probably the first thing you got to decide on. Um, and then the next thing is deciding what accessories we want. Game is hard. Yeah, it's honestly not very easy to play if you're free to play. Where you're at right now, it's like you got to invest kind of like a decent amount to get to a point where the game is more playable. But it's just something you got to work with. But I recommend Von Leon if you're trying to go like super budget build, then you can go. I mean, honestly, I would just go the Von Leon in my opinion. But you really want to go with the budget build, then you can go the budget build. But yeah, then get the emblem and get the accessories. I mean, it's just really just getting like equipment. Right now, you don't really have that much equipment. The other thing you could do is change the B pot on this. Get it to. I mean, actually, you can probably keep this for now. Let's see. Without pots, Von Leon. I would personally even go the Von Leon because you get the set effect. That's one thing. Um, but if you wanted to get anything, just get the glove, the cape, the shoes, and then get like the hat or some shit. Like you only have to go 4 set, and then eventually you want to swap off to the weapon and the overall too. Let me see what else. Yeah, I mean, then just get your accessories, like all your accessories. You don't have any accessories right now, and then the emblem. All right, let's see if I won that raffle. But I'm going to go to the bathroom first, and then I will start doing some gear reviews. But I'm gonna answer this question first. Hey, how many main stats to need for star doing with 5 friends? Yeah, around 4K stat. You should be able to do it with like around 80 I80. You should be able to do a 5-man, the CRAs. All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. What person is next? Yeah, I'll look at yours next, but I'm gonna check out my raffle first. And I'll help you out next, Lima. Wait, why does your name not work? I'll put a space. All right, let's check to see if I got this raffle. Uh, I didn't hit it, guys. Fuck, man. Whatever. I mean, we got this money though. 2 mil, 5 mil. Yeah, I just only got fucking floor. I mean, this coin, bro. Shoulders. Didn't even get anything from Pikmin. I mean, it's all right. This haul on this character is all right. I didn't even get the pants, dude. I got unlucky on everything. All right, I'll show you what I got on my main. Let's see what I got on my main. Oh. How many coins for Absol weapons? I believe it's 28 coins for the Absol weapon. I'm not gonna upgrade to Absol anytime soon, though, guys. It's way too far away. Okay. Damien, we getting. I think this one I think this one I duoed with my partner. So I didn't split the loot yet, but I'm splitting it later. But this one we got um Ethereum fragment, some Florin. I mean the Florin low key, it's very good. Like this shit always gives me a lot of money, you know. Let's see. This is what else we got? Got another shoulder. I mean, this I just throw into the NFT collection now. It's not really anything useful about it. And then Lotus. I mean, I think Lotus you don't even get money anymore. It's just mostly the coins. Yeah, that's my that's my main. Any tips on how to become better mechanically at Shadower? Just focus on weaving first. Like that's the most important thing is to know how to weave, which is like knowing how to use Meso Explosion and assassinate, and then also knowing how to use Dark Shape properly. That's basically it. Is Hero good for long term? Yes, they are good long term, but they're gonna be very ass right now. I mean, they're good, but they're not like crazy good. If you know what I mean, like they're good in fifth job, but you know at sixth job they're just like an okay class. All right, I'm gonna do this fucking gear review because then this guy's probably been waiting. Do we have any questions? I know I might need to get secondary next. Might get it tomorrow or today. Okay, so we know we need to get the secondary. Let's see 153. Okay, so what I would focus on doing is, just keep whatever you have right now. Yes, the secondary is good, but the next things we want to focus on is getting all the like the accessories, right? We need the accessories, which is going to be like the pendants, the earrings, the eye, the rings, and then get all that to 3% or 6% epic. You know what I mean? And then the B pot, just get it to like 10 attack, and then or 2% luck. And then after that, it's deciding on once you hit level like 190 or so. I'd probably just go Von Leon, honestly, and then go Von Leon, and then get an emblem potentially. But those are your like your gains right now. But yeah, face accessory to legendary. Um, you can get it to legendary. Just know that I mean, you could do it. It's just maybe not like the best use of your money right now. But if it doesn't cost that much, then you want it to at least get it to 3-line usable, right? So that's going to be like 12, 9, and 6. Because then the point of it going to legendary is that you are going to push it to that 3-line usable. Because if you're a legendary on any of your accessories, you should always go 3-line usable if the cost makes sense, because it doesn't cost that much to get 3-line usable in the first place, and it gives you a lot of damage. Okay, I'm going in order, guys. So you gotta give me a second. Moles? You're free to play? I mean, I think that if you're free to play, right? Wait, I'm free to play. Wait, what is your IGN? This is not the right IGN. Oh, it is. Dude, there's a fucking eye in here or something. You regret going Von Leon over Unchained? I mean, how much is the Unchained compared to the Von Leon? I feel like the Von Leon is similar to the Unchained, no? Am I wrong about that? Oh, Moise. All right, I'm gonna check the price of Unchained enhancement and the Von Leon, okay? But no matter what, you should just stay with the Von Leon. Like, I'm just gonna give you the answer right now. Bro, it's like the same thing. Wait, isn't it the same? It's like it's only like a 10K difference. But if you go Von Leon, you get an item that is way more future proof. So don't like this is not really like you shouldn't even go the Unchained. It doesn't really make any sense. You get way more stats out of the Von Leon than the Unchained. So don't do that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think any like if you're past level 180, which you are, then you might as well just stick with what you have. But in terms of your games that you can do, like something easy you can do is fix the B pot on this, get 3% of attack on it. And then also at the same thing, I mean, you can just keep this pot for now. Probably not the worst. But you gotta work on get all of your Von Leon stuff to epic, and get the pot usable, like for the B pot. Like the B pot in this is good because it's 10 attack. But for example, like this is not good. Just make it usable. So make all of your Von Leon shit usable first, and then fix the B pot on this, and then also get like your the rest of your gear, right? I tell people that you should be getting the boss accessory, but you really want to go the cheaper route, then yeah, just go the neophyte. But I just personally feel you should go boss accessory, but I don't know how how long it would take you to fund that. That's it. Especially as a free to play. But if you're free to play, you want the cheapest way to get the best items, then yes, you gotta go the accessory. Accessory or emblem. Well, the emblem is better, but you still have to pot it, right? So that's something that you gotta keep in mind as well. So, you don't just buy the emblem, you also have to pot it, but the emblem is better. So if I were to choose accessory or emblem, just go the emblem. Because at least with the emblem, you get like really good lines, you know what I mean? Emblem pot is cheap. Yeah, I think it is cheap, like I think it's cheaper than the secondary and the weapon. So like it's the cheapest one to do out of all of them. And there is a premium for that because it is cheap too. So it's not gonna cost as much to do the rest of your or the emblem as it is to the secondary and the weapon. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna move on. Okay. I'm pretty sure I missed this guy before. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, you just stick with the Von Leon. It's not even that much of a difference from the Unchained. If it was like double the price or something, or the Unchained was like 20K to do it, I would be like, okay, do the Unchained because that shit's so cheap. Like you can use that as a budget build. But I mean, like where you at, where it is right now, it's like you might as well just fucking go Von Leon. 207 Bishop, 4K int, 70 IED. Okay. Um, this is something you got to work on eventually, but it's not the most optimal, but it's good enough. But just know you got to work on that eventually. Look at all the pots though. It's good. Good. Ooh. Okay. The first thing I would do is I would fix the emblem. The emblem pot is not very good. Right now, what you want to do is probably uh swap over the because right now you have not too much IED lines. You have one line of IED. So try to get this to 3 line usable. Do something like IED magic attack. I don't even think it's that expensive because the silver one should cost way less than the gold one to do. And you get like still decent IED lines. So just do like IED magic attack is fine. Or even if you hit 2 lines of IED, that's fine. But this is something you definitely want to work on for the main potential. But the rest of your gear is not that bad actually. Let's see. Okay. The other thing that we can do is get this to unique, get it to have decent sharp eyes. What is ID, sir? Oh, ID is defense ignored. So you know how you have defense ignored right here? This is good. Like just redo this one so you can get 2 lines of defense ignored and then 1 line of magic attack. But even if you just hit 2 defense ignored, it's completely fine to keep it like that. It's really cheap to do the emblem. So then like if you can get 2 defense ignored, then it's and with the magic attack, then it's better. But do this to unique so you can get decent sharp eyes on it. Um, I mean the rest of it is fine, I think. The rest of it is you just gotta push everything that you have, like on the accessories, get it to unique 2 line, like kind of like your earrings. Yeah, so get everything to unique 2 line, and then you want to probably start pushing all of the gear that can get to 16 star to 16 star. But also at the same time, you can also consider getting the neophyte rings. Yes, they're very expensive, but especially for bishops, they like a lot of int. I mean, I don't know if they really need int right now, but later on they need int anyway. So the neophyte rings are also a good option to potentially go for. Yeah, so that's what I would do. Let's see. I only solo bosses and grind. Do you think I can do Sierra easily in a party, or do you think it's wise for me to change class? I mean, even if you were to change the class, right, to different class right now, and you had the same stats, you wouldn't be able to solo CRA, but you should be able to do this in a party right now. Um, Especially because you're a bishop too. You just have to find the right people to do it with. But right now, if it's CRA, you're at least doing it with like 4 to 5 people because your stat isn't that high. And the only way your stat really gets higher is if you just push everything to unique 2 line. And then you want to star force everything to 16 star and get the rings. That'll give you a lot of stat. Yeah, that's what I would do for now. Okay. Yeah. So 3 lines IED total. Is it for every class? Yeah. In general, you usually want 3 lines of IED for every class. There are some exceptions, and sometimes you like, for example, for me, right? Since I'm soloing Lotus and Damien, I need 4 lines of IED. I can't solo hard hello. Is it normal or I'm just bad? No, that boss is a very hard boss to solo just because of how the mechanics are for that boss. Even though it's a very easy boss to do inside of a party, it's very hard to solo that boss because of the way the heal works. So it's just a bad boss. It's just bad boss design, honestly. Okay, let's do the next person. Um, wait, who have I not done yet? Check TV. I think it's check TV. And then I'll check the next person. Okay, let's answer this question. Should I spend 25 mil on a 2-line silver emblem, good peapod, or make it by so? Mm, I would personally look at the cost analysis first. Like, you gotta do it yourself because I don't know how much everything costs, but go to this website, maplen.gg, and then just look up how much it costs to tier up everything. Because then 20 mil kind of sounds like a lot. 24 mil sounds kind of like a lot for a 2 line, but it also depends on like, you know, what pots are on it. But I feel like that might be expensive. I could be wrong though. But yeah, the only way to find out is just to do the math yourself and see if it's worth doing. Any good percentage for boss damage, or is 100 enough? Uh I think you need more than that, honestly. But I mean, if you're like in the early or mid game, then it's okay. Tutorial costs about 18 mil. I mean, like, it's probably not the worst deal then, but I mean, it just depends on the scenario. Like, you need that emblem to be able to clear content, and it's gonna allow you to progress like a great amount. Then it's probably worth it. But I mean, for me, I would almost always just go with the gold emblem. But that's just me personally. But I like doing like the more future proof stuff, even if it's like slightly worse. If it's percent attack lines, maybe it's better to go the gold emblem though. Honestly. What's link S2? I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next person that wants a gear review. Why is your character blank? I'm not sure. I'm on the cusp of putting the hard Leon. Mm, I mean, I personally would go with the gold emblem, as I said before, but that's just my personal opinion, But if you want to go the silver, it's probably not even the worst, but the check that TV. Okay, what level are you? 172? Okay. Okay, the first thing we gotta work on is getting the sub weapon. That's probably the most important thing. Um, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so we want to get the sub weapon and then probably start getting some of the other stuff, right? Because we're almost out of the level range that you really need Star Force equipment. And we want to probably make like upgrades that are more future proof, right? So I would personally just do the sub weapon and then look to potentially swap to Von Leon. If it's too expensive, then you can just keep the Unchained for now, or sell your Unchained for the Von Leon. Um, and then you probably want to start getting some accessories and stuff because right now we don't really have any items. So your progression is pretty capped at not having the items that you need. That's something that you gotta get first. And then once you get the items, then I can help you out a little bit more. Let's see. What is the next person that we should do? Oh, okay. Jigsaw 44. Yeah, did you say anything? Thanks, sir. So much. I will do that. Yes, of course, of course. Yeah, come back when you make some upgrades or like you get some items that can help you out some more. Can I get a review on what my upgrades to do? Chaos with team. Thank you. Yes, I will help you after I help out. Uh, who is this man that I'm helping out? Who's this guy? Oh, Jigsaw. Okay, our buff duration's good. I'll just keep that. 182 bishop, 1.7, 1.8 ish. Okay. Yeah, your biggest game right now is for sure the secondary. Gotta get that secondary first. Um yeah, so some of the stuff that you can do is working on all the so a lot of your lines right now, they're like the shitty line, right? They're like the 3% int. It's better to get the prime like the first line as int because you get 6%, so you get double the value on the first line, right? And then some of the stuff that is at rare, you can maybe look to push it to epic. But the biggest gain right now for you is for sure getting the sub weapon. Um, and especially for your weapon too, you can also get this to a 6% magic attack. So those are some of the small things you can do. Uh, besides getting the sub weapon, that's like definitely the thing you want to get the first. It's better to get 3 pets for the attack or buy a full Von Leon set. I mean it depends, but the attack that you get from this is 30, right? If you're like one away, then maybe it's better to get the Von Leon, but if you're like kind of far away, then maybe you can get the pet. I mean, it just depends. Okay, yeah, I'll do yours next. I probably missed yours. I mean, it's hard for me to keep track of it because then like it just gets lost in all the fucking things. I personally feel like the Von Leon set is really worth it though, unless you need the pets to like get auto buff or something, and that's different. Okay. 187 marksman, 3K dex. Okay. 75 ID, boss damage. Okay. I mean, like you want attack speed eventually, but you can keep this for now. Let's take a look at your pots though. Okay, the Bane pot on this is fine. I would work on the B pot. Get the B pot to 3% attack. Okay, since you already have this at unique, just get it to something usable. Just get this to like 9% attack, okay? And then get the B pot to like 3% attack. I mean, you don't have to work on this anymore because you're almost out of the level range to even need Unchained. But if you wanted to do something that probably won't cost too much, this is something you can choose to do. But other than that, it's getting the emblem. I think right now, actually, most of your gear is in a decent spot. The emblem is probably something you want to work towards. And replacing your Unchained with Bon Leon. Those are the two biggest things you can do, uh, in my opinion. But let's see, you can't solo Nmag and Papillus yet. What can I do? I mean, if you want to be able to solo those bosses, you just need to get better gear. Like the Unchained is kind of holding you back in terms of like the. I mean, you don't really get too much. When you compare the Unchained set effect with the Von Leon, it's not like a crazy difference. It is a difference. Like the Von Leon one is better, but it's when you upgrade the Von Leon is when it really starts to outpace the Unchained. So you can keep your Unchained for now. I would focus on getting the emblem and then get the rest of your accessories. The emblem is very very important because you need the percentage attack on it or the IED. So for you, you probably just want I mean, how do you have 75% IED? But anyways, yeah, you want to get the emblem, and then if you want to do some small easy gains, then just redo the main pot on this to like something better. The 9% strength is not really good, and then work on getting the rest of your equipment. I think that's the only thing. You just got to keep progressing, like. All right. Next person. Light work. Makes his boss damage good for primary weapon. Yes, it's better than percent attack. So you should if you get that, then you can just keep it. What question did you have? Let's see. Player review upgrades to do chaos with my team. Yeah, so I think that the minimum requirements is around 4K stat and around like 75 to 80 IED. But I mean, like you probably want like to get like 5K at least. I mean, you're playing a hero, so the line that you want is attack speed +1. But you hit boss damage, something you can just keep for now because you need as much damage as you can get. But other than that, like you can get 2 levels, it'll help you do the chaos bosses a little easier. There we go though. Okay, this pot is not good at all. You gotta get this to unique. Try to get this to unique and get it to like boss IED or get it to like attack IED. So you want one line of IED and one attack line of boss or something like that. And then the B pot on this, also get this to 3% attack, or you get it to epic and get it to 6% attack. Yes, yes. I'll do the reviews. I'm just doing everything one by one right now. Yeah, and then the next thing you can do is decide on if you want to swap over to Von Leon. If you want to keep your Unchained right now, you can, just because it's like usable right now. Just know that swapping over the Von Leon, it will be better in the future. But you do have to invest a little bit into it. But other than that, you gotta get the emblem. The emblem is probably the biggest gain that you can do. But it costs a lot of money. Like, you want to work on anything, get the emblem right now. That's probably the biggest thing you can do, and just keep the Unchained. But I would consider swapping off the Unchained eventually for the Von Leon, and then it's just getting the rest of your gear. But whatever you have right now at um like say for example, right? Like this is 3% strength. Get this to epic, get it to 6% strength, and then fix your B pots. So this one is not really useful. Get it to 10 attack, like on your pendant right here, or you can get it to 2% strength. And do that for all of your gear. I mean, like this is good. Yeah. I mean, those are just some of the things you can do right now. Yeah. Okay, wise. IED and boss damage is better than percent attack for emblem secondary. For the emblem, uh, you usually want some form of IED on there because you can't roll any boss damage on it. But boss damage is usually better than percent attack in this game because it's very hard to get boss damage. So yes, but you hit like let's say you hit like attack, and IED. I mean, like it's completely fine to keep that. Like it's very good still. No problem, no problem. Let's see. 2.7, 195. Okay. Okay. Right now, you have like good enough IED, but the issue is we don't have anything else, right? It's just mostly IED. So, the first thing you could probably do is get this to epic on the B pot and just roll for 6% of attack. Then I would also focus on getting the emblem. The emblem is probably the biggest thing that you can do because you already have a lot of your items. You just need to get like the attack or the boss damage, right? So the emblem is probably your biggest gain. But some of the small fixes that you can do, some of the small fixes you can do is just get all of your accessories up to epic, like this and this, and then just get it to 6% luck. And then I as I said before to everyone, you can or you wanna then try to swap to the Von Leon. The Von Leon is super duper good in my opinion for that money it costs. You can do this, slowly over a period of time. It doesn't have to be all at once, but it's something that I would personally look to do for a very future proof. And it is more expensive to enhance than some of the other items, but you get a very good item out of it. So that's what I would do. Let's see. Who's next? Okay. You Okay. We're 189. Okay. So one thing we can do is get to 195. That's the most optimal level to start being able to do really good damage to the CRA bosses. So gotta get to that level. Well, our stat is pretty good. Okay, we probably want to work on the pots a little, or the inner ability a little bit. It's not the most optimal, but yeah. 87 IED is pretty good. Yeah, we're kind of juiced. This is good. This is good. You want to go straight to CRA? I'll look at your thing one more time and then I'll kind of decide. Let's see. Uh, so actually, right now for you, you're actually in a very good position because you have everything that you pretty much need. The only thing that I would suggest you really do is to try to push all of your gear that isn't at 16 star or 17 star to get them there, right? So I think that the Von Leon stuff, you can also push to 16 and 17 star. But if you wanted to focus on anything, do the earrings, the Dominator, and the belt first, and then do these after. And then the rest of your gear is also already pretty good. But if I were to do anything after, it's pick up the Neophyte rings if you can. If you don't want to pick them up, then just upgrade all of your accessories up to legendary and get them to Fake 3 line. So do something like 12, 9, and 6. But that's your next biggest game because your pot's already pretty good right now, and I wouldn't really recommend you do anything else because the CRAs are very expensive to do, and I would just keep them as they are right now. But you're missing mostly just Star Force and levels because with your stats right now, you should be able to you'll be very close to being able to solo some of CRA, but getting the additional 6 levels will give you about maybe around 15% final damage for 6 levels. That's very easy to do and it costs no money to do that. And then other than that, it's like fixing your inner ability and getting all your shit that you need to get done to 16, 17 star, and then potting everything up to legendary, and then you'll be really strong. Like you have really good gear right now. Like this is a build I think the majority of people should go if they can go it. This is very, very good. I will recheck one more time. You think Gollux is getting added since it's non KMS boss? No, I think that Gollux would be way too broken in this game. Like really broken. Yeah, no problem, no problem. If you only have 20 mil to spend, you probably cannot buy the weapon and you won't have any money left over to enhance. So just know that even though you do have all of the equipment, you will not have them like enhanced at all. So if you wanted to go CRA, you can also just build around it. So you don't have to necessarily um buy the CRA right now, but you can start enhancing some of the stuff around it as well, right? So for example, let's say you do go CRA plus whatever else, then I would just get the Von Leon shoes, gloves, and the cape because those are the cheapest option to get to 17 star on. But if you only had 20 mil to spend, I would do it on the emblem. If I were being honest, like just do the emblem. I would just do the fucking gold emblem. I mean, you could buy the silver one if you really wanted to, but I think the gold one is just way better. That's what I do though. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the next person. Did I miss anyone? Yeah, if they added Galax to this game, it would be way too broken because Galax set is already a very broken set. Yes, the pots are what make the item good, but then, like for example, I'll just show you my pots, right? On my pot right now, you can get 12, 30, and 30 for the B pot, but then on the sorry, on the B pot, you can get 12.99, right? Well, this is like a very good B pot, but like you get better lines because then the thing is the first line is 12, right? So you get better prime lines. So you get more additional stats from the gold pot than the silver one. The silver one, it only the maximum it only goes to 9%. So you get more percentage from the gold emblem. And like it doesn't sound like that much, but percent attack gives you a lot more damage than anything else. In at least in the emblem. Yeah, so you always want to go the gold emblem if you can. The one thing that the silver emblem is very, very good at is if you're really desperate for IED, you can get really easy IED from it. That's the only thing that I would consider buying the silver emblem for. All right, let's do this guy. Damn, this guy is kind of juiced. 9K Dex. You said you want to solo and duo Lotus. I mean, you're kind of far away from solo right now, but with duo, it's maybe kind of possible. But we'll see what we can do to get you there. Good IED right now. The Dex is fine, but gotta look at the pots first though. How is your how is your ID so high? What is this? What? Oh, I see. It's like that, huh? Okay, the man, your pots are so interesting, but I mean, you are playing with what you got. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Okay, right now, what I would consider doing is the issue with your equipment, right? Is your neophyte stuff, even though they're very, very good, you can't get any like good Star Force on them, right? So you can keep your neophyte right now, like your earrings, your belt, and your pendants, right? Because your pendant and shit, they're all pretty good. What I would consider doing is I would get rid of this pendant right here because even though this pendant is like decent, um, I would consider swapping this out with a Dominator pendant, and then I would consider swapping this out with a BBM, and then I would start looking to upgrade all of your stuff that can get 17 star, and I would start working on getting to 17 star because right now the issue with your gear is all the pots are very, very good. It's just the fact that you have no star force on it, and the star force gives you a lot of damage, because it gives you a lot of flat attack. So another thing you can probably do is also try to get this to 16 star. I don't know if it's the best, choice long term because you can potentially look to swap over to the Fafnir weapon, but just know that it might not even be better. And like, you do have some Cygnus set going on right now, but the 4 set isn't really that good. It only gives you 15 attack, The main benefit of Cygnus set is when you get 6 set, And for you to get 6 set, it's pretty much impossible without breaking the Fafnir. But you know, just to wrap everything up is I would consider swapping out one of the pendant, and at least this, and try to get those to 16, 17 star, and also try to get good pots on them as well. Uh, and then you can also do these as well to 16, 17 star. Unless you want to swap over to Absolab, but you swap into over to Absolab, it's just gonna cost a lot of money. You know what I mean? So you just gotta like consider that. But what I would do is I would swap these two. You want to keep this, then get this to 16, 17 star, and then get all these things also to 16, 17 star. I mean, if I were to be completely honest, I would just, even if your gear is like good on the neophyte, I would still consider swapping these off to 16, 17 star because I'm only giving you this suggestion because you're trying to do like the hyper end game stuff. You know what I mean? I wouldn't tell someone to do this if they're, only trying to do up to Vellum or they're trying to to do Lotus in like a really big party because you don't need to make those upgrades. But when you're trying to do stuff at the hyper end game, you gotta make those upgrades. And even if your gear is already cracked as it is, you have to go even further beyond. Yeah, so that's what I would do. But I mean, like the CRAs are just expensive to do. That just takes a while. But other than that, like you min max this, you fix this pot. Yeah, ID is ignore enemy defense. All right. Well, almost 1.1K sub. Yes, yes, we are moving up. Yes, we will have a U mushroom giveaway soon. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Yes. What's a good ID for Lotus? Um, I would say minimum you probably want 89. If you're trying to solo, you want at least 92, 93. You can start doing it in a party at 85 though. Like you're in a party and you have like a bishop and a paladin, you can do it 85. Watching out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like it's probably gonna happen either next week or the week after that. I want to do it around when we get our fucking content update. Let's see. What other person do I need to do? Okay. Wait, can you check Dur? What? This is a weird IGN. It's hard for me to spell it. What is the class you recommend for beginner free to play friendly? I just started playing yesterday. I would play Paladin. I think Paladin is the best free to play and one of the easiest class to play as well. Got wait, what do you mean? You got 8R. I don't know what that means, but got we got no IED, so that's already something we gotta work on. 2K in. Okay, probably the first one. I would go get that sub weapon. That's the first thing I would work on, and then this is all good enough. I mean, if you need to fix your pots, just fix your pots. But I would get the sub weapon. The sub weapon is your biggest gain right now. I mean, like, I would not even work on anything else until the sub weapon is done. And once you get the sub weapon, just get it to epic or unique, and then just get like IED or what you call it, like boss on it. The other suggestion I would have is like if you're planning on going any set, I would suggest going Vol Neon. But if you want to stay with the Necro, then probably swap out your weapon too. Let's see. Is the Unchained still worth it for new players? Should I just get the boss set? If you are like the only time I would suggest you go Unchained is in like the really early game, right? Like from levels like 30 to level 180 or something like that. Then yeah, like the Unchained is really good because you can start training at Starforce maps. But once you get past level 180, then I don't think it's worth it because every other piece of gear is gonna be better. Those Neos you get from raffle? Wait, you got all these neophytes from a raffle? Holy shit. Um, Dude, that's fucking wild. You got a lot of neophyte, but I wouldn't sell the neophyte. I would just keep them as they are right now. I think that if you get the stuff for free, you might as well just use it. Like if you wanted to upgrade, like upgrade later, you can, but just keep them as it is for now, just so you can use it. But I would just get the sub weapon. That's like the biggest thing. I upgraded a tiny bit from last time you looked at my character. I'm trying to figure out what I should swap my Unchained for. Is lower star pot CRA factor. I would not getting my subway in and what should I get? Bear and pot. Uh I would buy a pre-made one if the cost makes sense, but it just depends. Like I think that buying pre-made is almost always better, but it just depends on what's out there in the market. Okay, just to answer your question, Jake, I personally feel like you should almost never go Cygnus. But you're asking if you should go for Fafnir. Okay, if I were to do anything on your account, right? If you wanted to go Fafnir and the CRAs, then you wouldn't even like plot it at all. All you would do is you just go like clean CRAs and then the Fafnir. Of course, it costs a lot of money to do that, but that's something you can do. And then you go Von Leon on some of your other shit, right? Like your gloves. I mean, okay, the first two things I would do is definitely do the shoes, the cape, and then the other shit. But say I had 20 to 30 mil approximately. I mean, where you're at this exact moment, if you go clean CRA, it is better than if you were to go um Von Leon. But the thing is, when you put money into the Von Leon, it will get better, if you know what I mean. Because like the thing is, this clean CRA, it comes like right out the box, right? But for the Von Leon, you do have to pot it, and potting it is like RNG. You know, I can't tell you if it's very likely to be better, but it is better if you can pot it past a certain point. But your biggest upgrade right now is getting rid of your Unchained because your pots on some of your Neophyte is good. It's just you're held back by the Neophyte because you got no Star Force. That would Von Lian unique pot be better than the Clean Survey? Probably not. Probably not. The thing is, Clean CR is very, very good because you get 60% boss from the set bonus as it is. And then you also get 20% IED from everything, right? So, I personally just feel like clean Fafnir is a good choice and it's better than the Von Leon would be. But you're still missing a lot of damage in other areas, such as like you're mostly missing damage from not having any Star Force. That's the biggest issue that you have. And that does require you getting rid of some of your items to make space for items that can get Star Force on them. That's really just it. Like, of course, if you were able to get your CRAs to a very strong point from here on out, like you know what I mean, like your CRAs, like all 17 star and everything like that, then you would for sure just go the CRAs. But right now, you just need to think about of some of the other items you want to replace, so you can make room for items that can go 17 star, and those are gonna be like your accessories, which is your belt, your earrings, and your cape. Those are like some of the things, and your shoes and your gloves. All right, I'm gonna move on. Let's see. You got one one black cube to get your secondary weapon to epic. Yeah, the odds aren't very like they're pretty good at that point. So I can still second use the Unchained till 180, then go to Von Leon set. Yeah, that's what I would do. Personally, that's what I would do. When Signet stacks come out, NL equipment on chain should go up in value, correct? Since now because OP people will play them instead, everyone's starting from low zero, they will still on chain. So similar to yes, yes. So yes, you are correct that when people when those classes come out, then yes, there could be a higher demand for Unchained for sure. Actually, I already bought all of my Unchained equipment anticipating that would happen. So if you want to try to play the market, then that's something that you can potentially do. But at the same time, you also have to think about if the class will actually come out in that time frame. But it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Did I miss anyone, or are we all good on that? All right, we're gonna run some bosses so you can kind of see how I boss. Sorry for my last question. Do I need boss damage or no? Get boss damage is probably way better. But yeah, no, just go for boss damage. Oh, See, you just Zerk on your boss meal? Damn, wait, how much does a Zerk even cost right now? Let's see, you look at my gear the other day, but just want to give you some more content. I don't want to spend any more money into the game. Okay. You think pets are a good damage boost? I wouldn't say they're like crazy by any means, but they do give you a little bit of damage. Like it's not like a huge difference, but they're like a little nice bonus. Oh, I see, I see. How much is that in USD though? You want it? Oh, you choose extra percent HP and potential to make up for the defense. What? Is that even optimal? I don't know. Uh, I'm trying to see what ways you can get more damage without spending any money in the game. 'Cause your gear is pretty decent. It's not bad at all. Okay, right now you are missing, items. So I think that the easiest thing you can do is just fill out the other pendant slot with something with I would, for me, I would personally go the Dominator pendant because it's so cheap right now and it's way more future proof. But you're trying to go something that is usable right away, just go like Mechanator or Horntail. But I'm trying to look at your rest of your gear. Ooh, okay. I mean, that's not too bad, but at least you made something. 25 to 28 is not the worst. I mean, the thing is, your pot is all good. Like, you can't really make very easy gains anymore, honestly. Like, your all of your gains right now, they're pretty capped out. Like, your next things that you gotta do is, filling out the rest of your equipment slot. But, as I said before, like, your equipment, like, yes, they have good pots and all that, but, you know, you are limited by the fact that you can't get anything really to 17 star. The only thing you can get to 16 star is your earring. So, I think you want to keep it the way it is, then the best next gains that you can do is just filling out the rest of your item slots with rings. Like yes, the neophyte rings are expensive, but it would probably cost more money to replace all of your unchained gear and then also pot it as well. So, getting the rings is not the worst idea, and then like getting the pendant, and then if you can also get a badge. I mean, right now it's like pretty hard for you to make gains with the items that you have. That's why. And if you're not trying to spend any more money too, I'm trying to look for small ways you can optimize, but your items are all pretty decent. Yeah. Where can I find skill decent haste on my equipment? I put on shoes, but not sure where I can use it. Okay. So go to your inventory right here. Go to your beginners, and then it should be right here. If you don't have it, then maybe try unequipping the item and then re-equipping it. Yeah, honestly, for you, it's hard to make gains. You just gotta get the rest of your items. Because then for you to get like really good gains, you just gotta replace some stuff. I think that covers it. Nice. Okay, got on my thing. Can't see if I have my smoke screen up. Okay, we got 10 mil raffle. I feel like I never win that shit though. Every time I get into the big fat raffle, I never win it. I'll do the daily bosses later. How can I use UFO without the pass? I think you just put it on and it works. I think it's a bug, but I mean they haven't fixed it, so you can only use it with not with the ones they give you for free. You gotta use it with the other ones. I want to show you guys a thing. If you're soloing this with Shadower, you can smoke screen this thing. So you can pretty much tank it. So you can just you don't even have to worry about anything. This is OP, right, guys? I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier, but something that I recently have started doing. It makes the runs way more chill. Yep, yep. Shower are OP, man. Like, what is that? Yeah, usually for this phase, I just wait for the color to be right, and I can one shot. If I don't one shot, I can burst out of this. I don't have to do the whole splitting phase anymore. I think doing the splitting phase is so annoying. Oh, that was like a fucking true combo. Are you talking about chaos? You're probably gonna do it around like 6K, 6K, 7K stat. But you need like also like some IED as well. Maybe like 80 something percent IED. Maybe less if you have a paladin or a bishop. If you're looking for videos, I love one on weaving movement. I'm trying to get the backwards jump while he's chasing me down, but I'm so ass at it. I mean, that one just comes with practice, you know? Um, but I mean, like in terms of weaving, it's like I don't really know how to explain it very well, except like on the second part of your assassinate, you wanna just use Meso explosion like right after the hit. It's like a kind of like a rhythm. Like kind of sounds like I don't know if I can show you, but it sounds like kind of like this, like that. So it's like a tap tap. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna make that guide eventually. I just want to wait for the balance change because I don't think that they will, change anything too crazy about the class except the damage portion. But just in case, I don't want it to be like outdated. That's kind of like what I'm waiting for. Also, I mean, the other thing that you want to consider is the second part of assassinate is it has like a way bigger range, so it's actually really nice to be able to get like chip damage off using it. Why is he not using his move? There it is. So yes, if you're soloing Seabell, you can also just tank it when he uses his breath moves in smokescreen. It's very good. It's not cruel stab. Oh shit! I fucked up. Your main attack is cruel stab. No, it's assassinate, and I'm able to weave it like that. I mean, like I guess it's just a binds. Your binds might be off. Where is he? I don't want to jump into like a fucking thing. I gotta play safe here. I mean, you probably just gotta practice on your movement. The movement is actually a very big part of Shower's kit because they have double flash jump. That makes their movement like really important. Maybe like 6 to 7K, and maybe you need a lot less ID. Maybe like 75. Okay, it's a long question. I'll answer that after this run because I can't read that right now. Actually, I read it right now. Let's see. What are the stat requirements for a 6-man team? I have 65. I mean, you need more stat. Probably around like 10k stat. I think your stat got up a little bit better. It might be doable. I don't know where the fuck he is. Left. Yeah, I mean, like, I think in party requirements, it's around like 10k stat to get into a 6-man. I'm assuming that's like the minimum requirement. Obviously, the better, the more you have, the better, you know. 8k is kind of low though. But actually one of the more important things about doing Lotus and Damien is you want to be level 210. Like that's probably the bigger important thing in my opinion. I mean, besides like having good stat, you know, because in a 210 you get a lot of free, like it's not free damage, but it is like technically free damage. Need to need to boot my thing. I can't see the when my smoke screen is gonna disappear. The IED is probably fine at 88 and 145 boss. I'm not really sure if that's good enough, but it sounds like it'd be good enough. Okay, did all CRAs. Probably he's gonna do Pink Bean and Cygnus and probably get out of here. You probably do less than 20 to 25% because oh shit, I fucking trolled right there. Because it scales differently than what you're kind of expecting. It's more than 25%. At 205, you do I believe 25%. It might be 20% less damage at level 205. So at 20 at level 200, you're pretty much not doing any damage at all. Like you have to be like at least level 2. Like in my opinion, for me, if I were to make a party, right? A person has to be at least level 207. But I wouldn't want them in my party. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'd rather get someone that's 210. So 210 in my opinion is where you should try to be. You can start doing it though in a party at 208, 209. But the levels are very important. The levels are extremely important. If I could find the chart for you, then I would put it in. Let me see if I can find it after this. Bro, this fucking boss, man. This boss is like honestly the most annoying one. It's not even like hard. It's just annoying to do. Um, there's not a very good way to avoid the heal, but the strategy that a lot of people have been saying is You drag her to the corner, and then you try to kill her mobs as fast as possible. Yes, yes, it's exactly like that for every MapleStory game. The black cube is always better to tier up than the red cubes. How many hours? I don't know how many hours it takes. Oh shit, I got a BBM. Nice. But I want to say it takes at least like at 200 it should only take like, maybe 4 or something hours or so. But it scales up, so then 201 is maybe 5. I mean, it just depends. Like, does it depend on like also depends on like how good your gear is so you can one shot and stuff like that, you know? If your gear is good enough, then it shouldn't take that long to level up. I mean, I trained from 205 to 210 in a whole week, But I was grinding like, 4 through 7 hours a day. So it really just depends. All right, guys. I think that's gonna end it for today. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. I'm probably gonna stream one more time on the weekend. So if you guys want like a gear review or anything like that, then try to check out that stream. And then I'll probably also plan out the U mushroom giveaway around that time as well. All right, peace out, guys.